Okay, try now. Hello, 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 hello. Yep, that's much better. A chance to get
Sorry.
The slides aren't on the deck down at my feet. Thank you. So hi, I am Siobhan Leachman. I am a Wikimedian from Wellington, New Zealand, and I'm presenting on behalf of myself. The slides aren't on the deck down at my feet. My co-author, Mackenzie Mulberry, and a group of academics that have spent the last 2 or so years creating Wellington, New Zealand, and I'm presenting on behalf of myself. Can I just check that that's not going to happen through the rest of the presentation? My co-author, Mackenzie Mulberry, and a group of academics that have spent the last 2 or so years creating a... Because I'll start again once we've sorted that technical issue out. Can I just check that that's not going to happen through the rest of the presentation? No problem. So I'll start again once we've sorted that technical issue out. I don't know. Throwing my voice into the future. Sorry, everyone. Okay, we're fine. All right, I'm starting again. So hi, as I've explained previously, I'm Siobhan Leachman. I'm a Wikimedian from Wellington, New Zealand. I'm presenting on behalf of myself, my co-author Mackenzie Mulberry, and also a group of academics that have spent the last 2 or so years creating a cure that's a course-based undergraduate research experience. Now, our cure teaches students how to highlight and improve the coverage of hidden figures in natural history collections. These hidden figures are people from marginalised groups such as women, people of colour, as well as Indigenous people who've contributed to natural history collections either by collecting specimens, by guiding scientists, or sharing with scientists their natural history knowledge. Come on. So in this presentation, I'm going to introduce the origin story of this collaboration. You'll get to meet the superheroes I've been collaborating with, and I'll explain the aims of this project. I'll take you through the 4 modules we have of this cure, and because, of course, we're at Wikimania, I'm going to be emphasising the Wikidata module. I'll then discuss the implementation of these teaching resources, as well as the other uses we've actually put these materials to. Finally, I'll discuss the challenges and the lessons I've learned in collaborating with these education professionals. Now, the project came about because of my citizen science efforts. I don't just edit wiki projects. I'm involved in a twice-yearly event called We Dig Bio. The We Dig Bio campaign helps organise and supports both virtual and in-person meetings to encourage people to donate their time to transcribe handwritten specimen labels on citizen science platforms. Now, I participate in We Dig Bio virtually, and as part of these events, I create social media posts highlighting the people who've collected natural history specimens that I've been transcribing. And I'm doing this to help publicise the We Dig Bio campaign, but also because I like to explain my extended workflow when undertaking this transcription work. Because I'm a Wikimedian, I am incapable of simply transcribing a specimen label. I also want to ensure that the collector of the specimen has a presence in Wikidata. I'm particularly keen on tracking down women scientists and scientists from marginalised groups who have contributed their biodiversity knowledge by undertaking this important collecting work. I want to track down the collectors of those specimens. So while transcribing, I undertake extra research on these collectors and then add these people to Wikidata. I want to correct the historic record. Many of the people from marginalised groups have played an essential role in obtaining this biodiversity knowledge, but historic racism, misogyny and colonialism have impacted who actually receives credit for these scientific contributions. By adding these people to Wikidata and enriching the Wikidata items with my research, I'm attempting to ensure that the hidden figures are hidden no longer. And then there is the website Binomia. Now, Binomia is a tool that allows me to take the deceased collector's Wikidata QID or a living collector's ORCID identifier and add them to that website. I can then use Binomia to attribute specimens to that collector. And once this linking is done, Binomia not only produces a collector profile like the one you're seeing, it empowers the natural history institutions to reuse that collector's Wikidata item or ORCID identifier to enrich their own collection management systems. So basically, Binomia is a tool that helps with round-tripping of data, and it also is a very effective tool to highlight the impact of the work done by marginalised groups. So during We Dig Bio, I write social media posts about this workflow, where I transcribe a label, I research the collector, I put the collector in Wikidata, and then I use the Wikidata item in Binomia to create a Binomia profile for the collector, and then I add the Binomia identifier back into Wikidata. And these social media posts came to the attention of Molly Phillips. Now, I met Molly previously because she worked for an organisation that supported the We Dig Bio events. And she had recently got a new job at BioQuest, an organisation that supports the teaching and learning around STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering and maths. Now, Molly reached out to me to see if I'd be interested in participating with a group of educators to create resources to teach undergraduate students this workflow. So Molly put together this amazing group of women, and we all started working on producing 4 modules to provide to educators, empowering them to teach their students how to go about undertaking similar research work using Wikidata and Binomia. Now, some of these collaborators were interested in focusing on creating the modules, whereas others were more interested in creating and actually using the cure in their classroom, or to teach colleagues how to undertake this type of research work. And all of us believed that there were numerous hidden figures within natural history collections, and we wanted to empower students and others actually to be able to tell these stories of these people in a way that was both impactful for the students themselves, but also useful for other researchers as well as natural history institutions. Because this was a collaboration across time zones with multiple people from different institutions, all from different countries, we had to use a variety of tools to progress our project. For example, we met via Zoom, and our Zoom meetings were a mix of planning meetings as well as collaborative work meetings where we produced documentation. As we got more skilled at creating the modules, we had less planning meetings and more meetings where we actually created content. We created the module documents in Google Docs, and there were several reasons for this. First, Google Docs allowed us to edit collaboratively on the same document, but really the main reason was that everyone in our group was familiar with it. No one had to learn a new platform in order to contribute. Google Docs also allowed us to assign tasks, to raise issues, and also kept everyone in the group up to date on progress. Finally, we used email to update contributors on progress and also, importantly, to remind them of meetings. Reminder emails were important because although we created calendar appointments for our meetings, we found that reminding folks via email resulted in higher attendance. And this is what we produced. There are 4 modules that make up the Revealing Hidden Figures in Natural History Collections cure, an introductory module, a module teaching students about ORCID, that's the research identifier, an identifier used by researchers. There's the Wikidata module, and there's also a module on Binomia. Now, the first 2 modules have actually been published on the BioQuest Cubes website and are available for educators on that site. The latter 2 modules, the Wikidata and Binomia modules, are currently being prepared by BioQuest staff for publication, and that basically should happen in the next month or so. And because this is Wikimania, I'm of course going to be concentrating on the Wikidata module. Now, this is made up of an instructor guide giving a suggested lesson plan on how to teach the module, as well as a summary of aimed outcomes for the students. There's also a combined Wikidata tutorial and student activity document. And finally, there's a supplementary document which gives links to helpful Wikidata tools and resources. As I've explained, this module is currently being prepared for publication, but will be available soon. But even before all the modules have been published, this cure has been making an appearance in university classrooms. I'm aware the introductory module has been downloaded from the CUBE's website over 150 times. I'm also aware that 2 collaborators on our project, Mackenzie Mulberry, my co-author, and also Sean Krosnick, have taught portions of our cure, both including the Wikidata portion, to their university students. Now, we intentionally licensed our cure modules under a Creative Commons Attribution CC BY 4.0 copyright license, and we did this to encourage the sharing and reuse of this cure. As a result of this open licensing, our course materials have not only been used in undergraduate university courses, they've also been assisting the ongoing education of biodiversity professionals, and I've given 2 examples of this on this slide. Our materials have been used in the CISRIS project. This is a project which is supporting inclusive and sustainable research infrastructure for systematics by connecting scientists and their specimens. I recognise it's a long title. This was actually funded by a conference grant from the US National Science Foundation, and this project ran multiple workshops at multiple conferences. All these workshops focused on the binomia portion of the workflow, but in doing so encouraged participants to learn more about Wikidata. And this is because binomia uses the Wikidata QID when the specimen collector is actually deceased. So if you want to add a deceased collector to binomia, that collector has to have a Wikidata item. Another example of where our module documents were reused for ongoing education of biodiversity professionals is the International Botanical Congress Wiki project, funded by the Wikimedia Foundation. Now, I and 3 of my colleagues delivered a multilingual Wikidata workshop at that Congress, and we used resources created for the Hidden Figures Wikidata module to teach those botanists how to edit Wikidata. If you want to learn more about this Wiki project, we're actually presenting on it later in Wikimania at 11 o'clock today in the Belgrade room. So these are just 2 examples where portions of our cure was reused. To encourage reuse, we made a concerted effort to share this cure and the modules widely. We wanted to make sure that these teaching resources were available to as wide an audience as possible, not just in the BioQuest Cubes website, but also on other websites and platforms. In particular, we wanted anyone interested in the Wikidata module to be able to find our resources to teach themselves and others. And I want to give you just some examples of the platforms where we shared our Wikidata module. The first is Zenodo. Now, Zenodo is a general purpose data repository built on open source software that accepts all forms of research output from data files to presentation files. And the great thing about Zenodo is that it's version controlled. So if you improve your content, you can easily upload a new version. The other advantage of Zenodo is that it generates a digital object identifier, a DOI, for the resource when you upload it. And this identifier not only aids in the sharing of those resources, it means that the authors can add the resource to their own ORCID profile, which is another way folk can access the Wikidata module. We also uploaded the Wikidata module into Wikicommons, and when we did so, we added structured data to that module. And we did this because a Wikidata item had been created for the module, and that item had been linked to both the Zenodo generated DOI as well as the Wikicommons file for the module. So if you want to investigate this further, there are links in these slides that take you to the Wikicommons file and the Wikidata item for the Wikidata module. Now, as I've mentioned before, I reused the Wikidata module resources during the International Botanical Congress Wiki project. Our Wikidata module resources were shared on the Wiki project page and were also in the presentation slides, so they were easily findable by the participants of the workshops, the multiple workshops. Well, we've offered 2 and we've got 1 more to go, that we offered. The Wikidata module documents were also shared on the Binomia website in the Help Documents portion of that site. Again, giving people who want to use these resources the ability to teach themselves how to edit Wikidata. We're also writing a scholarly article about this cure to be submitted to an education journal. So in doing so, we're attempting to increase the awareness of these education resources within academia and facilitate access to them. And we want to encourage their reuse in classrooms, as well as any other reuse other people might want to put them. Finally, we've been active in reaching out to interested folk via social media posts, also emailing them, giving them links to appropriate Cure modules so that they can share them with their own communities. One really important benefit we gained from openly licensing and sharing the Wikidata module is that the Wikidata tutorial and tools documents have been both translated into Spanish. We were extremely grateful that this has taken place because we often recognise that often documentation or how-to documents are written only in English. If our aim is to improve coverage of people from marginalised groups, it helps if the how-to documentation is available in different languages. The translators have been added as authors of the translations, and also the translations have been openly licensed and uploaded into Zenodo, thus ensuring a digital object identifier has been generated for them and enables this ease of sharing. The Spanish translations have also been added to Wikicommons under the Wikicommons category Wikidata Wiki Project IBC 2024. Now, this project has not been all plain sailing. There were challenges we had to overcome during this project. The main challenge was project fatigue. This project has taken over 2 years and is yet to be completed. Many of our original contributors to the introductory module have dropped out by the time we were actually creating the Wikidata module. To overcome this challenge, we adapted our creative process with the core members continuing to create the remaining modules, but adding a feedback round to include those in the group that were no longer able to attend regular meetings or could no longer actively contribute to the first draft. There have been publication delays for the last 2 modules, the Wikidata and Binomia modules, and this was due to staffing issues at BioQuest. Unfortunately, we had no control over this. However, this challenge was partially sidestepped by publishing the Wikidata module on Zenodo. However, we keenly await the publication of our final 2 modules on the site that they were originally created for. Another challenge was that although the use of Creative Commons Attribution CC BY 4.0 license was discussed and agreed to at the beginning of the project, when the first module was accepted for publication and uploaded into the BioQuest Cubes website, it was originally published under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Use license. This was an oversight and was thankfully easily changed, but it did emphasise the need to double-check licensing when publishing content. Many educators in our group were accustomed to publishing content under a closed Creative Commons license, such as the non-commercial use license I've just mentioned, and also Creative Commons Attribution non-commercial use non-derivative license. By raising openly licensing your content as a topic at the beginning of your project and explaining the benefit to your collaborators, this can ensure the members of your group become much more open in sharing not just the content you're actually creating, but also other content they may be involved in. Like open licensing, we did have to discuss with our collaborators the benefit of sharing the modules on multiple platforms. Now, I found that not only do you have to change minds about open licensing, you also have to explain or reassure collaborators when that open licensing is actually put into practice. It took a while for some collaborators to fully understand the practical effect of open licensing, that Creative Commons Attribution license. So, for example, some of our collaborators expressed hesitancy about us uploading our Wikidata module to Zenodo prior to it being fully published on the Cubes website. I found the solution to this was to explain our reasons for doing this in terms that academics were really familiar with. I reassured their concerns by comparing adding the Wikidata module to Zenodo to academics submitting their journal article preprints to their institution repository. So, in conclusion, I just want to discuss some lessons I've learned from collaborating with academics on this cure. First, I would highly recommend collaborating with educators. They bring unique insights in how to reach and teach their students. They're extremely knowledgeable in what works and have enriched these resources created for this cure exponentially. Second, I'd recommend having a discussion about licensing of the created content right at the start of your project. I'd recommend writing down your agreement in your meeting notes or reassuring everyone in emails so that you've got something concrete to refer to if this issue should be raised again. I would also recommend discussing with your collaborators open licensing all content generated by the project, not just the education resources, but any screenshots, presentation scripts, slide decks, recordings, scholarly articles about the project. I'm aware some presentations on our cure given by my colleagues are not openly licensed. Setting expectations at the start of your project can avoid this from happening. My last takeaway would be to walk the talk. That is, put your words into action. If you do openly license your content, go that extra step and actively reuse or share your outputs of your project on as many platforms as possible. Be careful about this. So I'd just like to thank you for listening. Thank you to the conference organisers for inviting me to speak. And I'd like to acknowledge all the people and institutions who've helped support our group to produce this cure. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Thank you so much, Sylvan. Very nice. Do you have any recommendations for me working in a museum to get started with students?
I think, the main recommendation I would have would be to find an educator who you've converted already. So to find someone who either knows or is aware of Wikidata or the impact of this particular workflow, because I'm aware you work for a GLAM that is a natural history institution, to find a person who is an educator, who can be your in to this community. I was extremely lucky to know Molly Phillips, who could put me in contact with all these educators, some of whom was already aware of the impact Wikidata had in this workflow, particularly via Binomia. So, I was very lucky in that respect. So my advice to you would be try and find somebody who already knows the benefits of this type of workflow and also is considering teaching their undergraduates or actually postgraduates.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
One, two, three. Works.
Perfect. And we use this for, yes? Yep. Okay, so I'm here just for 3 minutes, so good for me. Pavel will be here much longer. Pavel Bednařík is my colleague from Wikimedia Czech
Good morning.
Republic. He's our main lecturer and as well manager of the programs for partnerships. So if you are doing GLAM in your countries, talk to him. And today in this presentation, we will be focusing on our media education and school experience. And this is why we are here. I'm just doing this short introduction. As well, my colleague Lucia Schubert, our educational manager, is standing there by the table. And on this session, we will have another one on Saturday where we'll be more, let's say, about our experience. But today's session is practical, so be prepared mentally to go into one of the lessons for a few minutes with us later. If you don't want to, you don't need to. I know this is overwhelming, huge building, lots of people. We just share how overwhelmed we are. So I'm very happy that you came to our session. And what I want to tell you, it's what you can hear today in our 25 minutes. So something about our programs, just a short introduction, and then about media education, about our portal, and about Wikiversity, what it means teach with Wiki in Czech Republic, and then, hooray, practical activity that we prepared for you, and of course the closure. So I just wanted, my name is Klára Joklová, I'm a Wikimedia Czech Republic Executive Director, and as well very proud member of the CE Hub Steering Committee, and very proud supporter of CE Youth Group. And this is the programs that we do. Just for your small orientation, we run 3 types of program in Czech Republic. Educational programs, programs for community, that means lots of contests and meetings and microgrants, and then programs for partnership, which contains, of course, our GLAM activities, our advocacy activities, and our quite strong Wikidata tech session. If you are interested in this, we have in 1 hour session about our long-term cooperation with our national library. But now, our educational programs consists of 3 other programs. Seniors Write Wikipedia, which is Czech invention, and you can hear the lightning talk from Lucy on Thursday. Then we run, of course, programs for schools. This is what we will talk about today. And open educational program, which means how we want to, or we try to support and build the capacity of our own community members. So, heading over to Pavel and enjoy.
Thank you, Klára. Good morning, everyone. Before you will become students for 10 minutes, I will show you a little bit more about our media education activities in Czech Republic, the Czech experience, as it was mentioned in the main title. My main claim is that Wikimedia projects, not only Wikipedia, are a great tool for media education. Do you agree with this? Who does agree? Please raise your hands. Okay, I think we are on the same line here. That's great. So what we do, what specific projects we do? We started a portal on media literacy last year, which is a hub including information about different topics from media literacy, from media coverage, from media related articles. And as far as we know that there are many articles missing in media education, we are enforcing students and motivating students from high schools, but also from universities, to write the articles, because once they are future librarians, once they are future teachers of media literacy, media education, then they should be able to write proper articles on these topics. We established also Wikiversity project, because Wikiversity is the great tool for collecting all the teaching materials you can use. You hardly can upload it on Wikipedia, but you can use Wikiversity as a place to upload it. It's at the very beginning, because we need to persuade people to share it with free license. So it's not that easy to tell the teachers, come on guys, let's just upload all your teachers' books, but we are getting there slowly. We also started courses at the universities in Brno, Masaryk University and Charles University in Prague, and we are motivating students and teaching students to write articles on media related topics, and also media related personalities, because there's a lot of people who are involved in media education, but they don't have articles on Czech Wikipedia. We are also doing trainings and workshops. The program, as Clara mentioned, is called Students Write Wikipedia. And we also published a handbook, which is called Teach Wiki, or Teach with Wiki. And I will present it right away. This is one of our courses in schools, where high school students are creating their own articles. This was high school in a small town in eastern part of Czech Republic, but these students, as they were 16, 17 of age, they were grouped into 2 or 3 so that they can create proper articles. But one of the articles they created was also an article about their school, because it was missing on Wikipedia. So they were proud of making article and making photos of the school, and also of the products that their comrades, their colleagues, students were producing and creating. What we do during our programs and during our trainings is that we ask and raise questions. Sometimes the students are raising these questions, but usually we start our conversation with them asking these questions. Is Wikipedia a medium? Is it medium at all? What type of medium is it? How can we compare it? How can we place it on the map of different types of media? Is it trustworthy and relevant? This is crucial questions, because usually students are biased from their parents, from teachers, from anyone else, that Wikipedia is not trustworthy at all, because anyone can edit it. This is specifically Czech Wikipedia possibility that anyone can edit without even being logged in. So this is really crucial. And we are showing them that it doesn't mean that when you edit Wikipedia that anyone can write anything in there. And the control system is very crucial, and we explain how it works. Also, we are trying to show them that the reliability of the resource is based on references, and the references are really crucial. And if they help, and if they learn how to add references, and they would do more than just a quick Google and add the first link they will find, that it's something which will help them to get more oriented during their university studies, for example. And also we are talking about trust. How can we trust Wikipedia? And why is it possible to trust Wikipedia as a reliable resource? Obviously, we are not supporting them, encouraging them to quote Wikipedia, because it's not a regular resource, it's a secondary resource, right? But we are explaining how it works, how primary resource work, how secondary resource work. We are also involved not only in teaching the students, not only in the projects, but also in this specific project, which is called Media Olympics. It was started by a student and research library in Ostrava, and it already took for second year this year. And it was, for the first time, it was a nationwide program. So students from every region in Czech Republic joined this Olympic Games, Media Olympic Games, and could win and succeed and win the trip to European Parliament because it was partnered with one of our European Parliament members. What we talk during our courses, it's about the relevance of resources we provide in Wikipedia. It's about the structure of articles, how it could look like, how it should look like, how a good article or the best article, how it should be organized. We are talking about creating encyclopedic text and explaining how it works. This is the task you will have in a few minutes. We are talking about tracking the history, how everything on Wikipedia could be tracked, how it could be reverted, how it works. We are talking about importance of interlinks, creating the hub of knowledge which Wikipedia provides. And also we are talking about the organization of the information, which means categories and their networking and proper taxonomy on Wikipedia. Here you can see some of the digital mistakes our students make. Usually it's about copying or copy-pasting the articles with all these details, editing the source. And this is something which we are trying to teach them how to do it properly, how to not get banned on Wikipedia once they do bad edits, etc. And most of them, I think, are really open to understand how Wikipedia works. Probably most of them won't continue in editing, but they understand how Wikipedia works, and they can value the Wikipedia resource. Here's the handbook we created. You can see the image of our colleague, high school teacher Jaroslav Mašek, who is the author of this handbook, and it is called Teach with Wiki or Teach Wiki. It's a language game. Once you get the presentation link, you can download it. It's available on Wikimedia Commons under Creative Commons license. And it contains five examples how you can work on Wikipedia or with Wikipedia with your students. Here you can see all the five lessons you can use. It's specifically organized in a 45 minutes class for students, and we will be focusing on number 4, creating an encyclopedic text. So we have 12 minutes, so you can become students for 10 minutes time. I would ask my colleagues if they can share our worksheets for you. You probably won't need them because I will show you the type of text you will try to recognize, but maybe it's easier to read it on paper. So I will give you a minute to get ready and get your worksheet. The main task is to recognize which text. You will see 4 examples, 4 texts, and you would have to recognize which one is encyclopedic text and what type of text are the other 3 of them. As we come from Czech Republic, and probably you might know our former president Václav Havel, this program is aimed at his background, so you can get at least few information about Václav Havel. So please, if you have your worksheet, I will wait once our new attendees will take their seat. Once you get your worksheet, you will just try to read the text, try to recognize what type of texts there are, and also try to write down what type of text you recognized. And also, it wouldn't be that difficult for you, I suppose, but just check which text is encyclopedic text, which would be usable for Wikipedia. So, we might start. I will always give you like 1 minute just to read. You can read it on paper. It's the same piece of text in here, and you just have to recognize the type of text you see, write it down, and then we will follow with another one. So I will give you like 1 or 2 minutes per each. So this is the first example. We can go to another one. If you don't know exactly, you can guess what type of text is it. So I will move to third example. And finally, the last example. So, as we have 6 minutes to go, I hope you had a chance to go through all the text, or at least to recognize what type of text you have seen, you have met here. The easy question comes first. Which text is the encyclopedic text you can use for Wikipedia? The last one, fourth. Yes, that was easy. Now let's just check what type of text you can recognize, or you could recognize in here. So let's start from the very beginning. Could you just guess, or could you just mention what type of text you could see here? Yeah, journalist text. Yeah, some journalist reportage text about Václav Havel during revolution. and describing his background and his priorities, his values. What about the second one? Yes, novel. Let's say artistic type of text. Yeah, exactly. The third one? Propaganda. Well, tough guess. Yes, speech, like rhetoric text. It's actually original speech of Václav Havel, first speech he made to the nation once he became president in 1990. Yeah, and the last one, as you already mentioned, is encyclopedic texts. Could you just describe the differences between the text or the rules you use when writing these types of texts? How are they different from the encyclopedic texts? Or how the encyclopedic text is different from the others? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's objective, obviously. It just describes the facts, the reality, on the contrary of the other texts, which have their artistic or journalistic value or rhetoric value, but not being relied on facts. Yeah. Another example of differences of the text, what makes it different?
It is not descriptive.
It is not descriptive. Uh-huh. Yeah. Emotional expressions using different type of words, wording. Yeah, exactly. Sorry? And it includes data. Yeah, you can see that it mentions the place Václav Havel was famous for, including the years when they were written. So it's definitely different. You wouldn't use it in journalist text, probably.
Attention to the sentence structure. Every sentence has like a different or a new idea. It's like factual.
Yes, it's factual. So every sentence has a new idea, new information bringing on, which is different in journalist text or in the speech. Our time is almost up, so thank you very much for joining this session. This was just an example. Thank you. It was just a short example how our Teach with Wiki handbook works. So this was the session, one of the 5 you can use, or it could be used. Unfortunately, it's not translated into English yet. But once you are interested, we can talk about this possibility in the future. This is how media education could work and how it could be. These are the answers which you have already recognized. This is how media education and media literacy could be developed with Wikimedia projects, or specifically with Wikipedia. There are many options you can use. You can explain how free licenses work with students. You can go deeper with them and discuss what the intellectual property means, how it works, and there's plenty of other ideas you can discuss with them and follow the principles of media education with Wikimedia project. So it was just a brief digestion. Thank you very much for your attendance. If you have any questions, go ahead and you can ask them now. Thank you. So are there any questions? Yes, please. Yeah, we need the microphone because of the online transmission, I suppose.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. My name is Ariane. I come from Kosovo. I'm trying to find out what is the shortest time that you can do a Wikipedia writing assignment.
Sorry, once again?
What is the shortest amount of time in class that you can do a Wikipedia writing assignment?
I think we need several lessons to go deeper. So we usually you have seen the image. I ran the course on the high school, and it took like 4 sessions or 3 sessions, like 3 times 4 hours. So that they can do their homework, not only writing during the class, and also there was a consultation of their articles. So I would say like 10, 12 hours are fair enough time to go deep enough and to explain the principles and to explain how it works, and also offering them enough time to do the research, to get the references and create the article. Our time is up. Thank you very much. Enjoy Wikimania. Thank you.
Guys, can you hear me well? Please take your seats. We don't have time. Yeah, only 1 minute to start the next session. Everyone, please.
There's plenty of people here. I didn't know that it was so interesting topic. Okay, so I'm Galder Gonzalez and from the Basque Wikimedians user group. And actually, this is part of my research for my PhD, so I'm not going to explain you how abstract Wikipedia works, because honestly, I don't know. I'm going to talk more about the idea of the universal language. So, firstly, why I started researching this topic, abstract Wikipedia as an example of this dream, and then some ideas about how this has been developed over history. It's more like a historical research. And then some open questions. I'm doing my PhD on philosophy, so I think that all philosophers make like, okay, this is the problem and these are the open questions, and just figure out yourself. So why I started researching this, and it's languages and strategies. So imagine a world in which every single person on the planet is given free access to the sum of all human knowledge in their language. That will be the sentence we are missing there. And with that idea, we are working on many Wikipedias, and we are working in many projects, and we are working, we have some examples of that. But the question is, okay, but why should we write? I mean, in a world where every article can be read in any language, like automatically generated, why should we, I mean, we, our Basque community or any other community, continue writing? What was the sense of that? And what should be a good strategy for underserved languages? I mean, what should we center on? That was the idea I was trying to figure out in my research. And then I figured out that there has been a dream, two dreams, from the illustration, from the beginning of encyclopedic content. The one is that universal knowledge is desirable, that there is something called universal knowledge that was first thought by the French ones, and then by the English people, and then again by the United States. So there's something that's universal, is there, but we cannot achieve it because, okay, we speak different languages. Okay, yes, we can't agree easily. We have different backgrounds, and we are not enough people maybe to make that decision. I mean, I can agree with this French guy, but what else? I mean, I can agree with the Russian one or whatever. And some other ideas, well, okay, yes, we can achieve that, but we will need some more generations to happen. Like, it will be a multi-generational work. And this has been around for like 300 years. Now is the moment where this universal knowledge is, I don't know, is it possible to do it, but okay, it's there. And we can figure out some ideas like, okay, this will be the same article for everyone. Like, I don't know, it was previously in one about medical information. So, okay, the medical information should be the same for everyone. So that's universal knowledge. The second one is that universal language is desirable. It's something that has been around for many years. But we can't achieve that because we haven't tried enough. We can't achieve that because there are political barriers. I mean, we can agree on that. We can agree on meaning. That's the main problem. Actually, that's the issue. And, well, why? Because illustrated people already know Latin, then French, then English. So why are we going to make a new language? Well, that will be the idea there. But the dream has been around for also 300 years. So that's the moment where after Wikipedia idea comes, and it's like, okay, that's something maybe related. Let's analyze that. So the first question is, what is a language? There are a lot of definitions, but let's say that a language has grammar. Every language has grammar. Can be somehow mathematically simplified. Somehow. Not every language has the same ways of doing that, but every language can be done. And so with that idea, we are creating wiki functions, actually. There is a lexicon. Every language has their own lexicon. So words have their meaning, and they usually appear in the dictionary. So I can say that this word in Basque is like this word in English, and is like this word in Polish, and it will make sense. Everything is not there, but it will make some sense. So that's what we are doing, actually, with lexims in Wikidata. Well, it has more. Language also has meaning, which is constructed socially, and the same sentence doesn't mean the same, even in the same language. And I'm going to give an example. If I say in French, ne me quitte pas, people know what that means, but it has some other issues. And I can say in English, please don't go. And it's the same, but it's another song. I mean, so you know that, no, but there is a meaning there that is external to the sentence itself. So language is not only grammar plus lexicon, but for building an encyclopedia, maybe we can get rid of that because it's not so relevant. So the Wikimedia Foundation has two approaches to automatic translation. That will be Mint-T or Mint-T. I don't know how to Mint, which allows Wikimedians to directly translate content, but also there is Google Translate and other translators. And Google Chrome actually has a button that says, do you want to translate this? And I have seen lots of students, like they click it and they are reading I don't know, English Wikipedia in Basque or Spanish Wikipedia in English or whatever they are doing, and they don't know they are in another page, and they don't know that they are reading something that is wrongly translated. So that's also something that is happening. There is also another approach to the universal language that will be after Wikipedia, which I say I'm not an expert on that, but renders the content from Wikidata, so lexicon, and the constructor from Wikifunctions, and it gives some abstract about the topic. And also there will be Wikifunctions that are where the constructors and the language renderers, which are different for each language. I mean, the mathematically construct of the language will be stored. So these two approaches are working at the same time, and there are other external approaches, like what they say, Google Chrome button or whatever. So it's after Wikipedia, the dream of a universal language. So I wanted to make for my PhD like a 10-page introduction about the topic. Now I'm writing the 150th page, and it's not finishing, and it's like, okay, there is more here than thought. So I'm going to give some examples of this universal language and where it comes from. So we see that we have been trying to do that. We, encyclopedists, have been trying to do that for centuries. The first thing I have to say is that there has been two very different approaches. There has been a rationalist approach and an empiricist approach. For making it really simple, the rationalist approach says that concepts really exist and they are in our brain. When we are born, every concept, like from a screwdriver, bureaucracy, and chair, every concept is in our brain. But our languages are an obstacle to understand those concepts, so we finish up messing things, and we should find a universal language that actually talks about the concept that is innate and is in our brain. I'm making quite a joke of them, but it's what the rationalist approach says. The empiricist says, no, we are born with any idea, we are just animals, and we are born with an empty brain. And then our concepts are constructed, and only experience and measurements can work on that, so we can build a language which reflects that measurement, which will be universal because we measure the same in the different places in the world, which is not true. The empiricist approach is what, for example, ChatGPT is making. We give all the information there is in the world, and it makes a universe of that. It doesn't have a rationalist idea of what concepts are before. Okay? And there are also two ways of building universal languages. One is called a priori languages, which means that we can just build a list of characteristics and create words that are completely new, that are the concatenation of those characteristics, like animal and rational is human, so animal has a letter and rational has another one, and so human is the combination of those two letters. Or a posteriori languages, which are, for example, Esperanto, is languages that are constructed just to maybe more understandable by a wide community because they share some concepts or ideas or grammar or whatever. Okay, so some historical examples, and yes, all are males. I don't know why, but all are males. So the first one will be Ramon Llull. This is a Catalan from Mallorca in the 13th century. He wrote encyclopedias in Catalan, Latin, Arabic, and Hebrew, and he wanted to show the other religions about the truth. So what he says is, okay, we can make a calculator. Okay, we can make Wikifunctions, actually. We can make a calculator, which is this, which has some kind of rotation system where we can calculate the truth of different sentences or if the sentences are fallacies. So he was maybe not the first one, but the first one in the Western world to say it can be atomized, ideas can be atomized, remixed, and we can discuss about the truth of these ideas. So Arabic people, Muslims and Jews know that they don't have reason. We Christians have it. That's the main idea. But the idea behind is we can build a calculator to know that. Then René Descartes came and discussed with Mersenne, the one with the prime numbers, about this idea. But René was an empiricist, so he said, oh, no, but I mean, we can have a universal language if we just expand science, make science more. I mean, science has a unified language, so everyone can be reduced to science, and we can agree on that. But words don't have an intrinsic meaning. That's a grown idea. And actually, if everyone could agree on what things mean, we don't need a universal language because we are in paradise. So why worry about the universal language if we are in that paradise? That will be his mockery of that. But he said that, okay, yes, we can make it, but just expanding science, not with the ancient idea of Ramon Llull. Then this great thinker came, Leibniz. Leibniz said, okay, but language has genealogies, like English and German are quite related, French and Spanish and Italian are quite related, so there might be a primordial languages, that is the language which Adam talked with. So can someone figure out what that language is? But there is also algebra, which is a universal language, or at least a grammar. So he said, okay, we can calculate if things are true or not using grammar. And then we have these things he called calculus ratiocinator, that is rational calculus. And we can also construct a list of universally accepted words represented with numbers that will be the characteristica universalis, so the universal character that things have. So you have grammar and you have lexicon. How does it work? It doesn't work, but how does it work? Okay, if an animal is 2 and rational is 3, human must be 6 because 2 times 3 is 6. But 7, that will be monkey, is not rational because 7 by 3 is not a rational number. So that's the idea behind that. Okay, he only gave that example as far as I know, but that idea, I mean, we could build a list of numbers for everything in the world, like a Wikidata queue or something like that, that actually reflects the exact essence of that object. That will be the idea of Leibniz. Of course, he couldn't get it. But there were people working on that, on characteristic universalis. This is, for example, Ludwig, an Englishman who said, okay, but we can derive everything to lexemes. Like drink is one lexeme, that will be that D. And so we can say the drinker, the drinking, drunkard, drunkenness, and drinking house with just adding some symbols. And these symbols can be universal. And he also said, okay, but we can do this. We can also build a list of words and a list of grammar features that will be that left 2314, P2477, and PF 2477. This looks very Wikidata itself, which means honor thy father and thy mother. And he said, okay, but speaking numbers is difficult, so we can give even a pronunciation and say leftoreon for petofosensen and piftofosensen, which means for everyone in the world, you will honor your mother and your father. That was his idea, and it's not grown. I mean, it's just an idea. Then Wilkins came, this is one of the most famous on universal language, and he said, okay, we can make a very complex ontology of every item in the world, assign just letters, and then build things. So for example, if de means element, def means the first element, and deba means the characteristic of the first element, because that's the way he built ontology, then deba means flame. Why? Because in his thought, the first element was not hydrogen, but fire. Okay? But that's the universal thing he has. And he also says sit is not an A, it's an alpha in Greek. Okay? Sit alpha was literally a dog because, I mean, it's an animal which is viviparous, carnivorous, and canid, not an A which is not canid. Okay? It's an alpha. And he also invented some letters to pray to God. Okay? There you have an example of our fathers pray with the letters and whatever, numbers. In the other side, Comenius, which is a Czech pedagogic father of pedagogy or whatever, said, okay, yes, no. Knowledge comes from observation. So complex things must be illustrated to be universally understood. So if we want to create a universal language, that will be pictoric. And there are 3 stages. The first is Pampedia. We need first universal education so everyone understands the same things. Then we will have Pansophilia, that is universal philosophy. Everyone is educated, so everyone has philosophical language, knowledge. And then is Panglottia, it's a universal language, which everyone will agree because we have the same education and the same philosophy. And he said something quite interesting because he was a priest. He said, knowing things by others' reason is not knowledge, but belief. So if someone other says that, okay, but Deba is evidently a flame, So, no, that's your impression of the thing. I mean, a flame is this, and you can paint it. The most interesting person I have found in this research is Nicolas de Condorcet. He was an encyclopedist himself from the French encyclopedist. He was killed in the terror in the French Revolution, and that's why we don't have all his works, because he died before writing everything. But his main concern was, why should we write an encyclopedia if it can be lost? I mean, we can't lose it. We can lose everything we have built, and then the next generation will be starting from zero because they have lost everything. So he said, okay, let's make a backup, write it in stone, build a mine, bury there, and then make in some cities some giant monuments where they have some clues of where it is buried. So the next generation, if there is a world war, know where it is and can start not from zero, but they have some backup. But this should be done in a universal language because who knows if the future they will speak French? Maybe not. So he said, okay, we can have a universal lexicon with a decimal system. He was fascinated with the decimal system. And he said, okay, with empiric information. So our Q 165145, it's not me. Our Q 165145 for him was 000998765, which is an oak. Okay? And he also said, okay, but we have language, but we have lexic, but we also need a grammar. So he created a grammar for every scientific issue like chemistry, mathematics, whatever, a universal grammar. And then he said, okay, now I'm going to start with social scientists. And he died. So that's the problem there. So yeah, end of the 19th century, 20th century, some logical people, Bull, Frege, Peano, came and say, okay, yes, the lexicon is not possible, but actually logical thinking is possible and we can create a language for computing things. And actually this is the basis of computers. So yes, they succeed on that. Well, this is Nikolai Marr. He's a Russian. He said, okay, but proletariat will have their own language because socially they will have, and it will be transmitted by telepathy. Okay? And it will be near Armenian or Basque, but whatever, I mean, is there. Then there came people who say, okay, yes, but we can construct an actual language that will be the first one with Volapük, then Esperanto or Loglan, that are auxiliar, that are universally understood, and everyone will know them, and we will live in peace. Because if we speak the same language, we have peace. That's something that we know for empirically. And many of those have Wikipedia versions, actually. But the interesting thing is that there are as universal in scope as many other languages versions. I mean, Esperanto is not more universal than Czech, for example, or Polish. And the last one will be the Vienna Circle. That will be people in Vienna before World War II that say, again, the only universal language possible is pictoric. Metaphysics will be out of this. But we can make something. Neurath made Isotype. They also made a project called Mundaneum that was a universal atlas museum and encyclopedia that could be replicated and navigate all over the world. And they made giant things for that. And you can see it in Brussels, I think. They have a store there. And, sorry? Yeah, in Belgium, somewhere. And they made a universal approach to symbols, and this is important because if you go to an airport, you know where to make things because there are some universal symbols. So this was the first approach. Okay. So we have seen, like, for many centuries, in the 30th century, there have been this idea of maybe encyclopedic content should be in a universal language, but we don't know how. So are we there? So abstract and wiki functions have a genealogy. Calculating languages, like Lull or Leibniz, Serre and Frege and Bull also have made. Separating grammar, like Diderot may be the best approach there. Operators and entities are independent, and we can combine them later. Ontology matters, like Wilkins and Gardner say, okay, let's build an ontology first, and that is something we have been doing in Wikidata. It should be language independent. I mean, natural language are derived, but many proposal dictionaries, many proposed dictionaries from .universal language. So that will be something very similar. Virtually infinite items. This is a problem that Wikidata, well, not infinite, I know that it's not infinite, but Wikidata can solve that couldn't be solved in the 18th century because they didn't have computers. So they have, okay, let's build a list of 2,000 things that are relevant to everyone. That will be the approach. And also we have an image backup. We have commons. And this is something that the Pictoric things came. So are we there? So the problem is, if we succeed, let's think that we succeed. I mean, let's be optimistic with that. Is that optimistic or is that pessimistic? I mean, is really desirable, or are we going to face new problems? So some open big questions or some open problems that I would like to work and I'd like to reflect and think with you is, okay, so who is going to write those articles in abstract? And whose knowledge will be that? Is it going to be very tech-savvy people? Is going to be German, specifically? Who is going to write about that? And how can we justify overriding it in our language? Let's imagine that 1,000 people, 3 minutes, no? 1,000 people have agreed on something, and they say, okay, yes, but that's not relevant to me, so is universal knowledge reflected in the universal language something that we actually want? Or yeah, but in my language I will write it differently because, you know, objectivity is different in different places of the world, and there are more than one objectivities. I can't see with the number there, but how are we going to handle minorities and their points of views? And when I say minorities, some more minorities are half of the population, actually, but you know what I mean. And I mean, there are lots of views that can be excluded because the set of people who is going to write on that abstract is smaller than the actual whole set of Wikipedians. And the idea will be, will the vast Wikipedia be written by the wisest mind in London? Something in London that has a lot of time, and he wrote the British Encyclopedia and said, okay, yes, but I can't write now the Basque Encyclopedia because it's the same. And what I see from Greenwich is actually the war. I mean, from here, I mean, in the zero meridian, I can see everything. So that are the questions that are open. I mean, we are near, we have a genealogy of that. Maybe we are going to solve the issues that they had like for 300 years, but then the questions are not technical, but are social. How are we going to do this? How are we going to override? How are we going to justify that Hindi and Urdu Wikipedias have a different point of view on some things if some things can from there? And another idea that is there, Wikipedia's value over, for example, ChatGPT is that Wikipedia has been written by people. So this is one of our values. Someone has taken their time to write this. If I can access 16 million articles in Basque, will the social value be the same value? I mean, will people say like, okay, yes, now in Basque they have 16 million articles. Why? Because some other machine has been written, and what is that? Why is that different from ChatGPT? And why is that different from other sources? And why should I trust that and not the others? And how we differentiate something that has been written by a person and a machine? So thanks. And we don't have time for questions, but I will be outside. Okay? Or if there is some 20-second question.
We have 3 minutes for questions.
Ah, okay. Then 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
What is Q17.192.74?
Check on Wikidata. It's thank you. It's the action of thanking. Okay. I can't hear.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do we have a vision for incorporating multiple points of view on abstract Wikipedia right now? Are we thinking about, like, for example, if I want to talk about Katowice in here, for example, Polish version may have detailed information, whereas English version may not need all those details. So the current plan for abstract Wikipedia, does it think in that lines, or is it like every article in every language should have the same content?
I don't know. There's people from Abstract Wikipedia that maybe can answer that, but I think it's the later.
It's a very complicated question. Maybe we can answer that later. But let's say that point of views is one of the things that we are working on, and we don't have an answer yet, because it's going to be a complicated answer anyway.
Hi, I was wondering, so let's say we write Wikipedia in a universal language, how would referencing work? Because referencing still uses non-universal language, or the language of the sources.
Okay, I think that's one of the problems, because you can see it. You can go to. It doesn't happen with World War II, where we have very clear path with who were the baddies, but not in the First World War. And if you go to the French article and you go to the German article of the war, they are not very similar. Not very similar. And both are right, because both has very good encyclopedic content and both has references to French and German historiography. So that's the way where it fails the universal language issue, when there are different point of views. And I agree that the article about Jupiter could be very similar in many languages, but maybe not some other articles. And there, yes, Abstract Wikipedia doesn't promise that this is what you have to do, it will be shorter, and maybe not useful for that. But it's not only about point of views, it's about what is neutrality in different communities, and how has people adopted that neutrality, and what is valid, like historiographically valid in German, in French, in English, or whatever. And now I think it's solved, but if you go to the Waterloo Battle articles in English, it says that it was the defeat of Napoleon, and if you want in French, it used to say it was the victory of English. So it's very specific nuance, but it's not trivial. And there might be some issues with references. As far as I know, you can override it in your language. So there will be some issues that won't be derived directly from Abstract Wikipedia, as far as I know. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Yolanda Pensa. There are other people in the room who are certified trainers, so people that at Wikimedia Italy has participated in this certification. So Marco Chemello is one of them. There is Dario Crespi, I think Nicolò Caranti. So some of the people that already participated in this experience, and so they can also help me and answer question. So I'm just gonna present very briefly what we've been doing at Wikimedia Italy. Okay, and I don't see it. Okay. So first of all, the idea of certifying trainers is definitely something that is in the air. So several chapters, I know Wikimedia UK, also Wikimedia Germany have been doing activities in this field. And also we did a training for trainers in the past. Also reading Wikipedia in the classroom is a trainer for trainers, a training for trainers. So also something that we can learn from, and of course is we gain experience from. This project that we've been implemented at Wikimedia Italy has started in reality in 2013. There was this page on Meta you can find. And we just finished the first round of certified trainers. So at the moment we have 12 people that have taken this experienced this process, and we had a scientific committee. Some of the members are also here at Wikimania. We try to create a scientific committee that could help us also with international experiences. So there are some participants, of course, from Italy, but we tried also to get members that know Italian, but also have a broader vision from other experiences. So the certification essentially is designed for four main reasons. The first one was a very practical need of Wikimedia Italy. We don't want to implement training in the school directly. So we wanted to be able to identify people that we can suggest to schools and institutions. But to do so, how can we make that list? So how can we say that those people we can recommend them or not? So the first idea was how we can endorse people that we know. And in fact, in the first round of participants, we have basically trainers that have been working with Wikimedia Italy for a long time. The second need is related to endorsing skills. We have a lot of volunteer and professionals that already do training. So how we can evaluate and highlight those competences, those capacities, and those skills. So a certification can be a tool that can endorse this knowledge. A third issue is how we can enhance it. So we have people that are very good, but sometimes there are needs. So they would like to learn more about soft skills, sometimes public speaking, sometimes is how to design an educational project. So how can we make those skills better? How can we support them? And the last issue is actually a very hot topic in our community. How we can design a system that allows new people to enter. So we need something that allows to multiply the trainers. We often work with the same people over and over. So how we can facilitate an entry point for new trainers. So we design, well, first of all, what is the certification? So what we have is a volunteer or a professional whose skills have been certified by an institution, in this case is Wikimedia Italy, and we decided to create a different kind of certification. We have one for lecturers, one for tutor, and one for mentor. We decided to multiply the kind of certification because we have people that have different skills, different attitude. So the fact of having people that are good in talking to a public can be one skill, one capacity, but we can also have more technical people, people that can support participants in workshop online, so they can do different things, and not only talking to a public. And the last issue is a mentor, so having someone that can support new trainers. We also found that this is a specific skills that needs to have also a specific attitude. We also specify for which project each trainer has those capacities. So we don't provide a certification for all the project, but we specify if it's a trainer for Wikipedia, a tutor for Wikimedia Commons, a tutor for Wikidata, and so on. We also included OpenStreetMap because Wikimedia Italy is also a chapter of OpenStreetMap Foundation in Italy. And we refer to the Creative Commons certificate to include also skills related to Creative Commons, so copyright and the capacity of presenting it. I'm sorry, my heart is not working properly, so I take some steps. That's. Furthermore, we also differentiating the experience that trainers have. So at the moment, we certificated 12 people that are extremely experienced. So they had they did project with every kind of institution, but we wanted to identify some experience that they already have with primary school, secondary school, university. We differentiated research because it's more related to open science and the capacity also to accompany university in that area with the Wikidata and with our project as research infrastructure. And of course, GLAMS, so the capacity of talking to a public that is made of a cultural institution. We also think that every trainer should have essentially 3 blocks of competences. The first one is experience, and with experience, I don't only mean the fact that they already did this job, but also because the Wikimedia project is a knowledge that you also learn through experience. So the fact of being active in the project is something that is needed. So you need both the capacity of presenting, working with people, but also the capacity of working online with the communities. The second, and I put some link where you find further resources related to what we identified. The second issue is knowledge. We made a list of essential knowledge. So knowledge that everybody should have. For example, knowing the code of conduct, knowing how the Wikimedia project are structured, how is the basic rules about the participation of students online. So we made a list of these, and then a list of knowledge that everybody should have related to specific projects. So Wikipedia, Wikisource, Wikidata, how to make upload, and so on. And lastly, there is an issue related to method. So how you design a project, an educational project, how you address students, how you can create objective, educational objective, and select the best method to reach those objectives. And when a person wants to become a certified trainer, essentially this is the process that they have to follow. The first step is job shadowing. In the case of the 12 people that we engaged, it was not necessary because it was the first round. So we knew them. We already had feedback from professors and students. They participated in their training. But also it was impossible, obviously, to establish a job shadowing if we don't have people to shadow. The job shadowing is very important. The idea is you first listen to somebody else. You look at conferences, you participate in events so that you can see how people present the project. Then you support your mentor. Then you present yourself. So you do it the first time by yourself. And the mentor can obviously support you in presenting and maybe doing more round of presentation. The second step is a self-assessment. So every person is asked to identify which are their strengths, which are their educational needs, also what they need to improve their capacity. And our Wikipedians tend to be quite critical, so we actually get incredible self-assessments. People are extremely, sometimes they're even overcritical about themselves. So this is a step that we found useful. Also, looking at the list of knowledge that we think it's important and reviewing. So do you know everything? Do you need some support in some of those areas? The third step is to learn, of course. So the idea of this process is also to create opportunities of learning something new, to discover how things can be updated, how you can improve your communication skills, the structure of presentation, and so on. So we offered, in particular last year, we offered 2 training related to how to design a lesson, a course, so related to objectives, the methodologies, how you think about your beneficiaries and how you structure your presentation for them. And we also had a meeting related to public speaking. We are planning also to do 2 more training this year, and we plan to have a regular training every year so that we can support the participants. One will be this year on a slide. We noticed that a lot of people produce documentation that is very difficult to reuse and is ridiculous now in our community. We should have content that can be easily reused by somebody new so that we make things that can be constantly improved. And also, we find common mistakes in the slide. For example, the license is missing, there is no caption on the images. Sometimes we have a problem with graphic design. We can use, obviously, the form that with the Wikimedia Foundation provides, so we can enhance also this material. The fourth area is we ask every participant to devote at least 10 hours of their time to improve existing educational material. This is because we have a lot of educational material in the community, but it gets old, it needs a translation, adaptation for countries. So we thought it was a good investment. Since they are already there, maybe we can improve that area. And it was very useful also for OpenStreetMap. And finally, every participant has to make an assignment, which is a project. And it was quite fascinating to read the project because you have all those experiences of participants that they tell you how they organize course or they plan new courses and they present them and also make a critical analysis of it. So it's really interesting also as a documentation that the movement starts having, because obviously you have best practices. I think it's going to be also easier next year because we have some models. So we have some of the documents were really great. So we can suggest them to others so that they can obviously learn and see also how you can better structure your idea. The evaluation is made by the scientific committee that looks at all the different content that is produced by the certified trainer, so the mentor report, when you're going to have the second round, the evaluation that people that participated in the courses made, the self-assessment, the contribution that obviously is just acknowledged, the assignment, and also we will be doing some presentation that will be analyzed by the scientific community by the scientific committee in the future. So just to conclude, some of the strengths and the critical issues. It was fantastic to see the availability of people. We're talking about 12 people that are really experienced, that they have been doing this work for ages. And everybody was eager also to learn more. They participated actively. So we got a very good feedback. And I need also to thank the people in the room that actually participated. But people accepted this process, I think, in a positive way. Also, as I was mentioning, the assignment produced a very interesting documentation and a report of best practices. We found that the combination with reading Wikipedia in the classroom was fruitful because it has a different approach compared to other working materials that we've been using. So it was also a possibility of adapting and learning more in a different way. So as a strength, I would say that we have really a nice, interesting list of people that we can really be proud and present to anyone as Wikimedia Italy. But and we knew it already probably. But it's nice also to see also how it grew throughout the process. Looking at the critical issues. See, the first issue, that is the main one, is really we have very bright people with a lot of experience, and they're really concentrated sometimes in being very good in what they do. But of course, teaching means to make sure that your students become really good. So this process of becoming trainer and focusing your attention in the capacity of your public to earn skills and participate and being really understood is something that is an area that it was interesting to look at. And we also had a very positive feedback on the lessons that we made about pedagogical tool, supporting in designing how the course can be done. So that was a positive result, but of course it highlights a need in the community. Another area is really the possibility of looking at a new method. In general, the Wikimedia community tends to be conservative. So being a bit more innovative, looking at different formats, this is also something that can be improved. And also improved through a presentation, of course, of resources and exchanges with professionals in this area. See, the last issue, I already highlighted the issue of slide, that we really need to make documents that can be reused. But the last issue is really more about how we can make this process maybe organized in shorter bits so that people can follow it more easily, because at the moment it's quite long. And some of the people, we had some dropout, in particular by women. So 2 of the participants, we already have an unbalanced number of trainers, but this is something that we need to consider to allow people maybe to do blocks of the training in different moments of their lives when they have time and so on. Also related to gender, it would be also useful that we extend this process to everyone. So having the capacity of presenting correctly Wikipedia is definitely a skill that everybody in the board of a Wikimedia chapter should have as a, a competence, as well as all the members of the staff. So making this capacity something that is widely available and widely developed, we think that could be an interesting next step. Thank you. Please. Do you want to come in front, or can I repeat the question?
I'm Sarah, I'm from Wikimedia UK. We've been doing training as well, so it's really lovely to meet you. We've been using WikiLearn for the last while to support the training, which is really helpful.
The microphone is coming. Fantastic, thank you.
I'll make it the short version, sorry. At Wikimedia UK, we've been using WikiLearn to support the training of our trainers. I wondered if you'd been looking at that at all.
No, not at the moment. But you're right, that's an excellent working direction, and definitely. And also, I'm very happy if we can discuss more, if you have any suggestion. Also, some of the things related to knowledge, this is something that we can really look at an international level, and sharing this process, that would be fantastic. I think also imagining this process as something international with obviously local approaches, I think should be the way to work.
Yeah, I'm having a conversation as well with Wikimedia Deutschland and Wikimedia Netherlands, and we're going to meet again in a couple of months, so if I can get your contact details, and maybe we can all get on in that conversation.
With pleasure, yes.
Really lovely to hear about this, thank you.
Thanks. I see Asaf raise his hand, but maybe the gentleman in front is the closer, so maybe we... if you want, otherwise the mic... Asaf was before.
Quick question. How many of the scientific committee that were assessing the trainers are qualified teachers or professional IT trainers?
We have three. We try to have a combination of people with different skills. So Luca Botturi, who is, well, I can show you. We have three members that are specialized in skills. Luca Botturi in particular is a professor in media literacy, and he teaches teachers in Switzerland. They're all volunteers. Also, Giuseppe Profitti e Lianna Palladini, sorry, I forget her name. They're both specialized in courses related to ICT and how to methodology of training. The others, we have people that have competence related to the Wikimedia project and also OpenStreetMap. And also the person from Michele Montanari from OpenStreetMap is the person that manages the training for the UN volunteers for OpenStreetMap. So he does already training for global movement. We needed to have both of the skills. And it's true that, of course, if we can enlarge the scientific committee, that would be interesting also to combine more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm curious, was there any pushback or resistance from the community, the Italian community, to this initiative of certifying trainers? And secondly, whether you ever say no, or, I mean, you mentioned dropout, but are there any people who fail to complete or to be certified because they're just haven't learned the skills well enough? Or?
Not in this round. At the moment, this one was an easy round. We selected people that were highly qualified. They were already working. The scientific committee was quite harsh. So when they evaluated also the project, I think everybody received feedback in which they needed to correct, adjust, remake things. And also in that case, everybody was willing to do it. Everybody collaborated nicely. So there was the feedback was serious. So in this case, we were sure that people had the capacity. I think the selection process will be important. At the same time, we also need to identify people who are already doing training. And if they're a bit weak on certain things, I think we should support them in making sure that actually when they do the training, the quality is higher. For the second question related to the Wikipedia community, I think we will have problems. We will be discussing about the educational projects at the edit-a-thon with Nicolò Caranti. We proposed a talk. We already received some tricky feedback, like, no, this thing of the certification, we don't want to talk about it. So it might be a hot topic and it might be a problematic one. At the moment, the online community is very disturbed by high school students that they, I think in this area, maybe Marco can tell more and others. Thank you, Nicolò. But there are tension in particular with the engagement of students on Wikipedia in Italian. So there have been some ideas also on how to improve the involvement, but that is definitely a hot topic. Please, Nicolò.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Nicolò Caranti. I'm one of the certified trainer, and I'm an admin on Italian Wikipedia. I'd like to add that the community has a problem with school projects that do not follow good practices. But all of us, we do follow good practices, of course. So I don't think that the Wikipedia community will have a problem with this. They have a problem with teachers, high school teachers, university teachers that just send students in writing articles without teaching them to do it, without creating a page to explain the project and so on. Thank you.
Please, Melissa, I think there's also somebody, I don't know, I didn't know who raised his hand first.
Yeah, I'm very curious as to how you're supporting the people that have been certified now that the training is over. Is there some sort of follow-up or spaces to connect,
It's true that I forgot one slide now that you're telling me about. What we ask the trainer is actually to maintain the title. The title lasts 3 years. So to maintain the title, you have to teach at least one course. It can be paid, it can be for free, but at least doing a presentation per year. So being active in the community, and you have to participate in at least one course. It can be something organized by Wikimedia Italy, can be an international course. Even participating in Wikimania or the Italian conference is considered a course. Of course, you need to report on it, but the idea is you maintain your certification if you're active. You lose your certification if you're blocked on the project, if you have a misuse of the trademark, and if you are a problem with the code of conduct. And if you have a limited block, it needs to be evaluated by the scientific community. But in general, the idea is to have them active and reporting on this yearly process. I think what will keep them in the loop is really the training, so providing the training yearly. At the moment, the problem doesn't really exist because it's really a small group of people, so, and is already very linked to Wikimedia. They're all active also in some members of the staff and some, and they're all extremely experienced on Wikipedia. So this is an easy beginning. The problem will be afterwards. Also, if we involve people that do training professionally, that are outside the community, that is also something that will multiply the problem, I think.
Excellent, thank you, Giovanna.
I think there is somebody behind you, and Gabrielle, and then we need, I think, to close the session. Okay.
You mentioned that the process was really long and some people dropped out because of this. What made the process long? Like which parts? But like why did people drop out?
Well, I think also one of the reasons was that we didn't know exactly how to do it. So we had to also give some communication and then give other communication, say, oh, we forgot to ask you the CC by SA license on your assignment. And then we correct this. We asked you for the presentation, but we didn't ask you for the slide. Actually, we need at least, and also the committee wanted to listen to them, but it was difficult. So we made also some changes throughout the process. So that is something that definitely wasn't easy. But in general, all the steps that people need to do is quite a lot, because you need to gain experience, check your ability, following the course, and following the lessons. And considering that there are volunteers, we don't really pack things. So I don't know, maybe the Creative Commons certificate online is very well done with a limited amount of content throughout a limited period. That might be an interesting model to follow. I thought that the training for reading Wikipedia in the classroom was very intense, very rich, and too long. So maybe we need also to think about also online process that we can combine, and maybe limiting the blocks or separating them. And Gabriel, I think we take the last question because I don't want to go over the time. Thank you.
Yes, if we wanted to introduce a course like that on other Wikipedias, my question was who trains the trainers? I mean, the people have a certification that lasts for like 3 years, but who certifies the people doing the training?
That was the first problem. So we started with this list and we identified only 5 mentors, because we think those people that we selected have already also the capacity to guide somebody new in the movement. But it's true that the first problem is how to start. So we need to start somewhere. So we need, and in our case, we try to keep the committee independent from the trainer that received the certificate. So we try to do our best to manage conflict of interest, or not having people connected in judging, so separating them and making sure that it was open. But the first round, it's obviously the problem, no? So you need to start somewhere. And now that we have trainers, they can improve their skills in different areas, and they can be mentored to new people. We are also thinking maybe we should focus on women, so try to, because obviously it's not balanced, so maybe people that are, women that are already engaged in the movement, they already do the training, maybe we can support them next. So it will be also interesting to see what comes next. If we have enough people interested in continuing this experience, so we don't know. So we don't know the second round. And apparently it's probably the most complicated, the second round, because the first one, it was easy somehow. The people were already pre-selected. Now we need also to build on skills. Maybe we will have to say no, as Asafa was mentioning. So some of the people we will say, no, you, or maybe we need to provide enough skills and support to make them good in what they're doing. So this is, the second round will be probably more complicated. Okay, thank you very much. I think...
Chyba działa. Okay, it's time to start. My name is Agnieszka Halicka, and the title of my presentation today is Collaborative Learning Hubs, the fusion of wiki corners and school libraries in STEAM education. At first, I would love to introduce myself to you. Of course, you can read more about me in a bio under the description of this session. I wanted to introduce myself through a picture generated by AI, DALL-E, because you know a picture is worth 1,000 words. And I think that you can see what my mission is. I'm a school librarian, and my mission is to transform school libraries. So they change. They don't focus only on books, on written texts, but also on different media and different topics. I'm also an educational trainer, an innovator, and also ambassador of a few edtech brands like Canva, Wakelet, Genially, and some more. Let's focus on this evolving role of school libraries. I can see here two directions. So the first one is the transition from focusing only on books, because we have different media and we work with information, and this information can be we can gain information through different media, diverse forms like also podcasts, audiobooks, videos, but also, for example, 3D printed models. They also give us a lot of information. And the second thing is that we not only need to learn passively, so we should focus on activities, on hands-on learnings, experimenting. We give our students access to resources, and so they can, in our libraries, create, experiment. They can do something actively. And this is an example of diverse sources of information. In the school libraries, we can have books. So we dive into this three-dimensional world when we can see pictures of bones and we can read about them, but we can't touch them. And when we have in libraries 3D printed models, then we can engage different senses. We can look at them from different angles, and the result is for us the same. It's gaining information, but you know, this holistic picture of it. Right now, I would like to show you an example of the modern learning environment based on my school library in Poland, in Konstancin-Jeziorna. This library is very different from other school libraries in Poland. I think it's the first one transformed, this way. So let's start. What have I done there? The first thing for me, the most important thing, was to prepare a space for my students, prepare a space for their learning. So I wanted to declutter the space. The students were in the center, so they are the most important. They are more important than books for a school librarian. So they should be in the center and books surround them. We have a flexible educational space with different zones for learning. And the most important thing are resources all around the students. This space is very easy to adapt to different purposes, to different activities, different tasks. We have mobile tables and chairs and also mobile bookcases, so we can arrange different, spaces, different zones, and also different activity zones, for example, with bean bags to sit for the students. And this is something new, a novelty in Polish school. The first one, 3D printed models library. It's in a school library. Teachers and students can borrow models for their lessons, or they can use these models inside a school library to learn more, to get access to more information, more holistic information. And we are also equipped with a 3D printer and laser plotter, so they can also design by themselves. They can prototype, create. We can print their models or cut with a laser plotter. We can work on complex projects. And what's very important, they can display and share them. And they also can share their models. What's interesting that on Wikipedia in Commons there are also STL files, so of course we can contribute to that, and we can use the files that are already there. Acoustic booth is great for students because they can focus there and they can read, learn, record podcasts where everyone around is working on a big project together, collaborating. They can sit there, learn from each other, instruct each other, and record. So it's also something new in Polish school libraries. Interactive display for research, learning, and creating. And also they can use here Wikipedia. They can play educational games and learn through that. Laptops and tablets are also present there for the same purposes. They can work in groups. They can work on nationwide and interdisciplinary projects like this one, EduClex project, or they can learn in their own pace. Like here with educators from the United States, they learned mathematics in English, and all of them have access to the platform. So we also promote different platforms for our students. We have a space for robotics and engineering workshops. And of course, all devices, all equipment is there in the school library. So they have access to it all the time, and they can come to the school library all the time and work on their projects. So I think it's really essential, because they borrow books, they watch videos, they have access to resources. And after that, they can, have this hands-on experience when they experiment with everything what they learned, and they have tools to that. And of course, library and storytelling. We can do it also using robots. And in this library, we have, for example, Zosia. It's Sophie. A storytelling bot, so students can combine coding, creating. They can use their creativity, imagination, and also use their storytelling, work on their storytelling skills. So we have everything in one. Of course, I could give you a lot of examples from the school library, what we have and what we do with the students. Not to just give them, books and organize something focused on reading, but to also to help them learn in more deep way. But we face some challenges. We all some challenges of our times. challenges that are connected to information. Of course, you know, we live in the era of artificial intelligence. And right now, we have a rapid increase of AI-generated content. And quite often it is a very low quality content. It's full of you know, fake news or hallucinations, and it's produced on such a large scale. And it's copied and goes viral quite often. So it's really hard to find this reliable information that we can later use. And as you can see, I wrote a word slop. I don't know if you heard about it. Yeah, I think it's not yet on Wikipedia. There was a discussion about it because it's quite new, and there's not enough reference links. I think not enough sources to put it there. But I think it will be in Wikipedia quite soon. And slope is this AI-generated content that is created mainly, you know, for search engines, for advertising, and it's really hard. There's a lot of it, and it's really hard to declutter the internet space to find reliable information. And I think there will be more and more slop in the future. There's also a big debate on the importance of, you know, acquiring knowledge or versus developing skills. We talk a lot about it because information now is everywhere, is easy accessible. So a lot of people tell that, okay, we can focus on skills and work with our students on skills. One of my colleagues said, let's work on skills because, you know, they can take their smartphones and easily find any information they want. They don't need to learn by heart. They don't need to, you know, sit very long and gather information because it's so easy accessible. And of course, importance of knowledge is undeniable because it's very important for verifying information and critical thinking. Without very broad basic knowledge, we cannot verify information. It's really really hard. So in schools, we should be focused on providing students curated content, and here comes Wikipedia, of course, as a great source of information. We need reliable, well-sourced, reviewed information in our schools, and of course now more and more popular digital portfolios for students. So I would advise in schools to work with this method of digital portfolio, to learn to teach students how they can select, analyze information and put them together to have something of their own, and they can reflect on their own learning. Yes, slope. The word first appeared in May 2024 in The Guardian. So it's time for Wikipedia impact in our schools in Poland. We have something amazing. Great educational projects like Wiki Szkoła, Wiki School, and Wikiteka. In Polish, library is biblioteka. So when we have Wikiteka, then it's you know, the two names are combined. So we have a project for school libraries. Let's see more about these projects. Wiki Szkoła project, so Wiki School, coordinated by Klara Sielicka-Baryłka. She's not here right now. And based on that project, there was created another project, Wiki-Taka, initiated and coordinated by Viola Matusiak, and she is here. It's an amazing project because she wanted to use Wikipedia, as an idea, a tool to help teacher librarians with. To help. To help students gain information and so on. And we have a wonderful program. It's a development program for leadership skills of librarian teachers. This year we have the third edition of this Wikipedia program. And when Viola wanted to introduce this program to schools, she asked about the perfect space for it. Where could it be? And she thought of school libraries because they are really open. They are not, we don't have it's not limited to age groups or time, like 45 minutes time of lesson, and everybody can come there, students, teachers, all of them, and we can do all kind of projects as we want. So it's like it's very open, just like Wikipedia. And teachers who complete the program, they become Wikipedia ambassadors at their schools, and they are asked to create something called Wiki Corner. Have you heard of something like that in other countries? It's, I think it's really interesting, and I think it should be in all schools all over the world, in all school libraries, because we can promote all these ideas, of Wikipedia, open knowledge, and we can help students to use different open source platforms, and we can collaborate and engage them in the various projects. And as you can see in this picture, there's a small corner right now in my school library with a wonderful beanbag. Can you can you imagine such cute beanbags in all school libraries around the world? I think that we can imagine that with a great logo, so everyone knows the brand, and how to promote Wikipedia in a better way and inspire new users and maybe future contributors by asking them to do their research in a school library right there and to help them. And I think that the key word here is research. Yes, so when we talk about school libraries, we shouldn't talk just about books, about promoting, reading, about storytelling. We should talk about information, we should talk about knowledge, we should talk about various skills, important nowadays so much. And I would like to highlight this word, research, as something essential for school libraries in these wonderful corners, as you can see. So they are really popular. So this corner is really popular among students, and they also have devices to use open resources to learn, experiment, use everything they have in school library. So remember this word, research, because we will find it in stream projects, not STEAM projects. STEAM projects, of course, interdisciplinary projects, but this time with this R letter. That's very important. I read some articles in English I think that in the United States, so it's interpreted in a various way, because R for stands for robotics or reading, but I think that research is the best term and is the best idea to incorporate into STEAM projects. And why? As we can see, yes, of course, science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, all of that we can find in our school libraries, but research is here a key word. And why this research is so important in STEAM, now STEAM projects, because provide our students a solid base of information. And this information is reliable, yes, when we do our research well. It helps them to make decisions and to solve problems, and also to solve real-life problems, which is really, really important. It's important for their skills of critical thinking. Yes, they can analyze, they can question different sources of information. They learn how to synthesize them. They learn how to understand everything deeper. What's more, when they learn new ideas, they read resources. They can identify gaps in knowledge. And this is very important also for their projects. And now we can take a look how they work in a school library, in my school library. So at first they are inspired by resources that are around them, surround them. So they can choose anything when they are interested in, I don't know, mechanics, or they are interested in animal cells. It doesn't matter. They can start with resources, and maybe later they want to experiment, and they have some theories, and they want to check if they are right. Yes, so they can experiment. They can use bricks. They can use robots. They can use paper, wood. Anything they want, and when they experiment, they have the results of experiments, and the results can inspire them to do some more research. Yes, of course, so they can grow all the time, and these spaces are there. They are ready. So I think that. One more picture of my students working surrounded by resources and experimenting and building their knowledge and gaining some, developing some new skills. And I think that the Wiki corners should be in all schools. As you can see, I don't know if you like this idea. And I hope that you can help with it to promote this idea of Wiki corners, because Wiki corners and whole school libraries, yes, so they are great answer to all challenges that I talked about earlier during my presentation. Thank you very much. Are there any questions, maybe? Okay.
Well, thank you so much for this important work that you're doing in the schools. My question is about do you encounter resistance from other teachers or administrators in the schools when you're developing these sorts of projects? I taught an undergraduate post-secondary course for future English and language arts teachers a few years ago, and I tested some of the Reading Wikipedia in the Classroom curriculum on those teachers to see what they would kind of do with it. Surprisingly, quite a few of them, and this is in the US for context, were very resistant to the idea of bringing Wikipedia into the public secondary schools. Part of that fear was motivated by what would other teachers think, as well as some of the long-standing biases that people have about Wikipedia as a source. So I'm wondering if you've encountered that.
It's a good question. Of course, some of them are resistant, but if you, if you don't do it, then it won't happen. So, we need to start. My principal at first was like, oh, no, we don't need novelties like this. It's strange, libraries for reading. But now he's really excited about it, and maybe we will have a nationwide conference in our school. So, and thanks to this project, and Viola, here is Viola in this white shirt, so you can talk to her later. Thanks to this project, Wikiteca, there are dozens of teachers that are after this one-year program, and they started the same things, maybe on a smaller scale, but they have their wiki corners in schools. So we are, the first drops of the change, as I can say. And from my side, I was invited by the Ministry of Education to become a member of the Council of Informatization in Education. So, I will work hard for it.
Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to find out, in terms of all the equipment you have there, so most of them are modern technologies. Do you have a capacity building program for the teachers to learn how to use the equipment to train the teachers? And do you also have any for what the students are doing? I know you mentioned you are an ambassador for Canva. Do you have sort of resources online that if others want to replicate your program with primary school students, we can use? Thank you.
Yes, of course, I want to work on a large scale, at least, nationwide, because why not? So when we have good ideas, I think that we should want to replicate them in other schools. So I do a lot of training for teachers. And I'm a speaker at the conferences, also in my school. So I conduct training for teachers. And I'm also active in social media. And I think it's really powerful because, you can have a webinar for 1,000 teachers online. And then they can do that. During the pandemic, for example, I was engaged in gathering resources and creating communities which gathered resources for teachers, for example, in Canva or Genially, to share with others. And we had created over 3,000 resources for free for all teachers in Poland. So, if you think about it, then you can do it. And the second part of the question was about students. Yes. So we have a lot of free resources, and right now I want to gather them and create something like a big library of resources, free open resources for students in Poland. So yeah, we started this. We are in the process. So thank you very much once again. And I hope that you are inspired with Wiki Corners and will promote this idea in your countries. Thank you very much.
The screen so that you know, the screen so that we can see the slides of the ECHO presentation. Okay. So we are presenting you here today in the first day of Wikimania in Katowice the field of extracurricular Wikimedia organizations. They are the ECHOs are unaffiliated groups which are acting as the ambassadors of the Wikimedia movement in the universities. They are composed by students, they are composed by student bodies. They had the Wikimedia activities that are being conducted by students in a certain university, school, high school, or anything. They are covering a particular university or school, and their purpose is to promote Wikimedia movement and its practices through the main ways. Their focus is to promote Wikimedia and noble cultural values in the university or in a school. So they are trying to promote Wikimedia projects and in case contributing on this way, also bringing the university professors and the academic authorities in contact with the students who had, and thus connecting them with the Wikimedia movement. Their governance structure is usually well defined, especially in the most active extracurricular Wikimedia organizations. The governance structure has many similarities, but also differences from those of the affiliates. For example, they have a board of trustees, they have a board that handles most of their function, and generally they are unaffiliated groups, but who focus on one particular education institution, but they are pretty well defined in their activities. Others are not supported by an affiliate, others are supported by an affiliate. For example, in Turkey or in India, in the Deoband Wiki community, there are ECHOs that are being supported by the affiliates, the respective affiliates. In other countries, it's different. Their priorities is promoting Wikimedia among students, enhancing their contribution in Wikimedia, and generally bringing them in touch with the movement, with the people that are doing the Wikimedia movement. Their purpose also is to make them aware of the importance of wiki projects, of free knowledge, and all related stuff, as well to enhance them contributing. This is one other priority that we have, is also to allow them to connect them with their academia, which means to promote them with, which means to promote their activities, which means to promote their activities on. I mean, to promote Wikimedia here as field work or a project by university. Their purpose is also to connect Wikimedian students in academia, which means to connect the external Wikimedia community in the country or the region with the university through the collaboration, the support that the affiliate is providing or maybe not providing in a university ECHO. Or student or school ECHO. The students, which is to promote Wikimedia movement values in a university, to make them aware of the importance of Wikimedia and learn them how to contribute there, and generally turn them to Wikimedians that will be in the ambassadors of the free knowledge movement and will teach the next Wikimedians. The target of ECHOs is also to support students who want to utilize their own education program in a class, in a department, and they want more specific assistance in that way. This is so that to foster solidarity between the students. And also we try to collaborate, and many ECHOs have already done it, to promote Wikimedia projects as teaching tools among professors, to use Wikimedia as a way to promote and support the various students and lessons in the class, and also to use Wikimedia projects and the related projects as to write projects for each particular university elections. As you know, the importance of equos is very high. Youth is a demographic that has been overlooked by the movement. There is no there is no attention and the support that is needed. That it hasn't been given in the extent that is needed here from the affiliates in the movement in the past for the youth components. But we are trying to change it with the equos, with various youth groups and the youth projects that are being facilitated by various countries and affiliates around the world. We are also collaborating, but also it's known that many affiliates, many chapters, many user groups and individuals are collaborating with university professors doing some brilliant projects together. However, the potential of building complete and integrated Wikimedia structures, hence the equos, by the students themselves to promote Wikimedia among the student population and facilitate their further promotion by the students themselves, is something that hasn't been studied well. In Wikimedia, peer support, for example, support by people of similar age is very important, or similar other demographics, has been proved by our experience. So here, EQUO is trying to take the same approach in our case too. As we are a student organization, we can understand more than anyone else what the student needs in order to be attracted in a Wikimedia, to be a Wikimedian. So here to promote connection, friendships, dedication to Wikimedia and everything. We are conducting edit-a-thons on a particular topic. For example, the Japanese and the Turkish equos, together the Malaysian ones, did some friendship projects about their countries. We did a similar thing about our Independence Days with Bangladesh, with NDC World, where about which you can learn more about it soon. And quizzes, game nights with various games, table games, board games that everyone likes to keep students engaged, and we are also eager to support any equos. So, Ege or Afi, who would you to begin first?
Is my sound and voice coming properly right now?
You're Ege, right?
Yes, I am Ege.
Yes.
I think I can start because, like in the slide order, it was also like that.
Okay, Afi, would you like to begin first, or you can allow, or you can give your turn to Ege?
It would be really great if I speak for the next few minutes because I have to travel.
Okay, then you can start.
Yeah.
We will hear Afi first because he has to leave in some minutes for his travel, and because we have to pass a few.
Thank you.
Okay.
I hope I am clearly audible to everyone. Right? Thank you.
Yes.
So, my name is Afi, and I'm speaking and dialing in from New Delhi currently. I'm an alumnus of the Jamia Millia Islamic University in New Delhi. It's one of the premier universities in India. And I'm the founder and I lead the Deoband Community Wikimedia user group, which is a thematic user group and which promotes and supports the inclusion of knowledge related to global Muslim academia, history, culture, heritage, etc. on Wikimedia projects. I'm an admin on Wikimedia Commons and Urdu Wikipedia and volunteer in a different kind of voluntary roles on several Wikimedia projects. The next slide, please. Previous one, yeah. So DCW, or the Deoband Community Wikimedia, it was established in 2021 on 31st of July. We completed 3 years, a few days earlier. And as I said, it supports and promotes the Muslim academia, history, culture, and stuff on Wikimedia projects. Our initiates have included conversation hours. We have had 19th edition very recently with Runa, who works with the Wikimedia Foundation. And with the leadership development and skills infrastructure, we work with Wiki clubs. We help establish Wiki clubs in universities, particularly the minority universities and institutions in India. The next one. We have helped establish 3 Wiki clubs until now as a part of our leadership skills development program. And these are the Wiki Club AMU at the Aligarh Muslim University in India, the Wiki Club Jamia at my own university in New Delhi, and Wiki Club Deoband. It's in the town of Deoband to support and promote Wikimedia projects at Darul Deoband and another Islamic seminaries which are around. The next one. Yes. The purpose of our Wiki clubs is basically to involve and engage the student community in Wikimedia projects, which has had not been a very good engagement from the students. The student community has been quite apart, although they use the Wikimedia projects. So the purpose of Wiki clubs is to engage students, and particularly to innovate in the classroom. Basically, in the case of the assignments, once we have a better understanding among the students to how they can use the Wikimedia projects for their assignments, and of course the scientific community and the professors and teachers who could practically use the Wikimedia ecosystem to innovate in their classroom. It's one of our purposes. And of course, to train the students to be better learners and sharers of knowledge through the Wikimedia ecosystem.
Could you show your face, please? They asked me.
Oh, sure thing. I'll see if it feels right. I've had not a very good internet, sadly. So, yeah. Among the activities that we have carried out through our Wiki clubs is the training sessions like the Wikimedia Primer, which we offer through Wiki Club Jamia. We have more recently incubated a new idea based on the drop-in and wiki idea of Wikimedia Australia to engage our students in very open air, a discussion, random questions related to Wiki, and a cup of a tea, so that on the break times, on the lunch time, students come out, walk around, and sit using mobile phones and going here and there. So we use that time to engage them. We call it a Mahfile Wiki to discuss and just to engage the students in normal and random questions. And the conversation hours, DCW has been carrying out the DCW conversation hour since like September 2022, and then we later on I have to turn off the so we later on standardized it. We include the student community to host those conversations, which often involve hosting founders of any foundations, experts of different subjects. We have had 19 editions involving students to host those conversation hours. And particularly when we started the Wiki Club Jamia, we initiated the idea of 500 edit challenge. It was a bit to engage the researchers, PhD scholars through the Wikipedia library. Researchers basically need resources, and it was a way to retain them in the movement, so they keep on using those resources through writing articles, improving articles, getting access to the library. And we have had a number of scholars and researchers who completed the edit challenge and who are using the library for sharing better knowledge. And we have included partnerships and collaborations with other open initiatives, such as the English Researchers Collective. It is an open group of researchers who love and are fond of English literature, and they support us and we support them into including the researchers and students in our activities. And the next slide, please. Our next steps include the capacity development of the core organizing team of each Wiki club that we have established. And this is through a lot of discussions, conversations, or initiatives of the DCW, such as the Heritage Lands, where we particularly involve students into photography, into Wikimedia Commons, and into another more nuances of Wikimedia Commons, which they can learn and explore with the lens of photography and heritage. And also our next steps with the Wiki Club Deoband particularly include to localize the videos from a Wiki Minute of the Wikimedia Foundation to bring in more people with a kind of the stuff that they need in very less time. And the partnerships are also one of our next steps with particularly the Darul Deoband, which has had currently not a very good relation with the open knowledge movement, and they have agreed to partner with us on through Wiki Club Deoband, which was established the last month. And with this, thank you for listening, and I'm glad to hear any questions if they come later on. Thank you.
So who is next, Hege?
Yes, I think I'll go next, and it might be easier for me to share my own screen, so I will try that, and if it works, we can continue like that. Can you all see it right now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. No, though, I think the slide on the thing is not from my computer, but from the system. Oh, okay. Yes, now it's on my computer. Okay, so hello everyone. I'm really glad to be making this presentation with you, and I will talk about two different projects actually, but like in the same vein, which is like the Wikipedia project that we did for one term. And then we converted it into a digital citizenship course, which includes Wikipedia and Wikimedia related concepts. So I will talk a little bit about the transition between them and also what I aim to do in the future about it. So before that, I will introduce myself a little. I'm Ege, and I wrote a bullet point list about things that I have been doing. So I'm active on Wikidata and semi-active on English Wikipedia. Generally, when something piques my interest, then I want to do stuff about it. And I have participated mostly in gender-related meetups and projects and similar like editing efforts around that. And yeah, actually, when I first started like doing Wikipedia work in a serious way, it was a podcast that we did in which we translated stuff from English to Turkish and then talked about it. And it was about like queer subjects. And then I got into Wikidata after a conference I went to in Istanbul and was interested in it, and like themes in specific. But yeah, in this presentation, I'm going to talk mostly about the CIP course that we did, which I will just get into what CIP is, and then I will get into how Wikipedia fits into it. So CIP, Civic Involvement Projects, is a course in our university, Sabancı University, that every student has to take at least once. And some students take it more than once because they like it and they like to do some different stuff, because all projects have their own focus. And like some of them are about like doing actual field work, like going somewhere to maybe play with children from middle schools or primary schools, or going to retirement homes and spending time with the elderly, or going to animal shelters and helping take care of animals, etc. And some of them are more discussion based and more awareness raising activities, like about gender issues or human rights issues or similar stuff like that. So after I got into Wikipedia editing a little bit, I saw that it would be there would be a lot of potential in doing this in a classroom context with like a volunteer but not so volunteer context, because yeah, every student has to take this course, but generally it's like volunteer related stuff that's being focused on. And yeah, when you pass the course, you are allowed to participate. You are allowed to become a supervisor after some testing and all that. And what supervisors do is basically they act like teachers in the classroom. They do the material and all that. So it's not like a professor teaching us, but us teaching each other as students. Like in my first terms, I had students that were older than me and that were like of a higher class than me, like class as in the year. So yeah, I wanted to introduce Wikipedia related stuff to the CIP course, and I will talk a little bit about that. So I first did like one classroom and a very small classroom to see if things would be interesting for everyone. It was an online term due to an earthquake that had happened in Turkey that year. So we didn't really do that much stuff hands-on, but it was more like a testing the waters type of thing. So then after that, we did something with 4 classes in which I was like acting as the supervisor for 3 of them. And yeah, before that I had made all sorts of like curriculum type things or like syllabus type things in my head of like what topics are we going to get into and what topics are more left to like their volunteer efforts instead. And yeah, I will talk about the transition to the digital citizenship course. And yes, it's not clear what I will be doing in this term, but maybe we can have a little chat about that with the whole group, because I'm open to inspiration at this point. So I included some photos of like me meeting with the supervisors of the projects, because I wasn't the only supervisor, but I was one of the supervisors doing the Wikipedia stuff, but I was like leading the group generally. And yeah, with the people in the picture, we did a lot of great things with 4 different classrooms. And there's a picture of me helping people with technical stuff. I remember it as translation, I think, that I helped them. So yeah, this is like the setting in which you can imagine the rest of the presentation, I guess. So yeah, with the structure of the Wikipedia project, what we did was, so we had 5 weeks of classes that were going to be Wikipedia oriented, because some of the classes are the same for everyone, in which they watch some movies about social issues and discuss over them and etc. And that's the same for every CIP class. But as soon as you get into more specific things, yes, I started with the Wikipedia stuff. And the first lesson we did was about, so I considered to myself, what's the easiest sort of edit that someone can do on Wikipedia with very little training? And I had been keeping track of the orphan pages, the pages that aren't linked by any other page. And I said, oh, if we do it as a group effort, maybe we can reduce that number. So the first lesson is creating accounts, talking a little bit about Wikipedia and the project in general, and then linking orphan pages. And then in the next lesson, I delve into Wikidata, and also sometimes I go into like themes, because that's a specific thing that I'm focusing on. And I think, at least I feel like, I know not all of you will agree with me on this, but I feel like Wikidata editing is a lot easier than Wikipedia editing. So that's also why I go into it a little bit. And then, yeah, with the sustainable development goal stuff, like CIP is a course that also includes sustainable development goals and awareness about them in it. So it wasn't a subject when I first started doing the Wikipedia things, but as the more I got into the CIP project, the more I realized how much overlap they actually had. And I also started communicating a little bit with the Wikimedians for Sustainable Development user group. So that was also helpful for me to explore in my mind what would be.
What happened? He's coming back, he says.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm really sorry about that. My computer shut down. Please confirm if you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So if you could open the slides on your end, I think it might be better because I'm on my phone right now. Really sorry about this. So yeah, I was at the slide that had structure of the Wikipedia project.
Yes, it's loaded here.
Okay, so it's the slide before this.
Yes, should I go to the previous slide?
Yeah, okay, this one, yes. And okay, so I'm continuing as if nothing happened. I'm really sorry about that. So yeah, some of the lessons were also about exploring sister projects because I didn't want to focus only on Wikipedia, but on open culture overall and also like all Wikimedia projects. So we also had something with Wikispecies in which we took pictures of our botanical garden, which I will show some in the end of the slides. So we tried to branch out as much as we could. And also we had lessons in which we talked about like open culture in general and like free software and like other types of like Linux and all those open source projects, etc. So it wasn't only about Wikipedia, but about open culture as a whole. So that was one term of it. And then in the next term, we started doing the digital citizenship course. And you can maybe go to the next slide now. Okay, I opened the camera. Okay, so after the Wikipedia project, due to a variety of reasons that I'm not going to get into in detail, but you can contact me privately if you want to learn more. We converted it into a digital citizenship project in which Wikipedia and Wikimedia projects in general would be a part of it. But it would also focus on other things like cyberbullying and AI, like ChatGPT, all that stuff, internet addiction or social media addiction, other types of like reflections on how we use the internet and how it has been a part of our life and how it has been a very crucial part of our lives in the last 10, 20 years. And yes, I'm still in the process of like making a solid syllabus and material around it because we only had one classroom because in spring terms, CIP projects are usually a lot less populated. So there are a lot less projects, but the following term will be a fall term. So there will be a lot more classrooms probably. So if we continue with this project, we will have to have a more concrete type of thing. And yeah, it's also kind of similar to what CIP had already been doing, because CIP has these things in which they call some experts from the field, and those experts tell us about some stuff, and misinformation was one of them. Like when we see some news on the internet, do we know if we can trust it or not? And also the AI thing was also part of it, because someone in a Zoom call explained to us like the discussions that were happening in AI. And I see also in Wikimedia circles, those types of discussions are being held a lot. There's a Telegram group about Wikimedia and AI, and if you're interested in those sorts of things, I suggest you join that. So yeah, the digital citizenship course is going to be a lot more broad in scope. So yeah, in this slide, I have a what have I learned thing. And some of these are going to be very obvious for some of the more experienced organizers. And I knew some of them theoretically, but like having hands-on experience and learning it practically really helped me. So I will go one by one in the articles that I wrote. So working with volunteers is always easier and always produces more results. And I know that like supervisors in CIP are volunteers that are doing it out of their own volition, but the students in CIP, some of them are doing it only to pass the class. And not all of them are that interested in going deep into the subjects. Like there were some students that were really interested, and there were times when they asked me something about like templates or like more technical things, and I said I don't know. So they figured it out, and in the next week they came to me and said, oh, it's done like this and done like that, and I learned a lot about them. I learned a lot about the structure from them. But that's usually an exception, and not every student is like that. But with supervisors, since they're already volunteers, it's a lot easier to get them interested in these things. So I think I will focus more on engaging with the supervisors, the following terms, instead of focusing more on the students. And yeah, for mandatory tasks, keeping them simple and making it more formulaic is a lot better than otherwise, because there were some very nuanced things in like content translation that we needed to focus on. And when you're teaching it to one person, it's easy to go over them all. But when you're teaching it to 15 people at the same time, you have to go from computer to computer and show all of them the same stuff. And it takes a lot of your time. And something that I actually didn't really know well, but was very lucky to find out was true, was that I trusted the imagination and the capabilities of other supervisors to run classes. Because in CIP, the formula sometimes is that you don't necessarily have to know a lot about the subject. You just have to know how to run a classroom and how to run a class and how to run a lesson. Like you watch something together and then you start talking about it, and you don't have to have a lot of knowledge about that. You just have to have the ability to run the conversation. So I was also considering making videos about Wikipedia that were like showing my slides and everything, but I ended up not doing that. But like after I saw the ability of the supervisors, I realized that if I had done that sort of a thing, they would have been able to run with it very easily. So that really made me optimistic about the future of the project. And yeah, one thing is that documentation is really difficult. Like writing 5 minutes worth of information that happened in 1 hour of a class is very difficult. Like when I first started, I was like, okay, I do the 1 hour or 2 hour classes. I can write the documentation. It won't be that hard. But it was really difficult for me to spend time on it. And after some point, I gave up on it and didn't really keep documents of all the lessons. Some of them are on Meta right now, but not all of them are. And yeah, one more thing is like going slow before going fast. Because I had also an international group that I was supervising. And it's basically failed because I didn't take into account many of the different dynamics that I would have to consider. Because I was like, oh, I'm doing one of the projects about Turkish Wikipedia, and I will do the other one about English Wikipedia, and it will be kind of the same. But when it wasn't, it really didn't produce a lot of results, even though the other classes did. So that was something I learned as well. So yeah, I think the things I will say here apply to all sorts of EQUO projects. So I will speak in more general terms. There are a lot of things that when you do something locally and when you do something in a physical place, like a university campus or let's say the building of an organization, etc., that you can really focus a lot on, and you know for sure that nobody else is going to focus on it as much as you have. Like translating articles about sustainable development goals is something that everyone could have done, but we ended up doing some of it, and I'm sure other people will end up doing the rest. And it's like a general thing that everyone can do. But taking pictures of the plants in the botanical garden at our school is something very specific to us and something that only we would be like willing to do at that extent, because other people would focus on where they are. And so yeah, we banked on that a little bit and took pictures of the campus and more specifically the botanical garden. And I think it was really interesting for the students too, because they know right now that because they know it from the other lessons, that whatever ends up on Wikipedia is a lot more likely to be used. Because one of the examples I always gave was like with famous people, they have a lot of really high quality photos. And sometimes they have a photo that is like blurry and not really good, but Google search shows that up first because it has been uploaded on Wikipedia and through like Creative Commons licenses. So that was something that they learned very quickly. And right now they are sure that like even a few years later, when someone searches that botanical garden on Google or some other place, the pictures that they took will probably be shown there. So that's something that I think motivates a lot of people. And also, I wrote it as temporality here. The time changes between like the fall term and the spring term and some other times are really interesting to see, which is in the next slide. So I can show it to you there. So yeah, these are the same plants or the same places in different times. The ones on the left, or like the first and the third one, are from December, and the other ones are from May. So we see in the first picture a plant that doesn't have any flowers on it and is just green, but that same plant was with a lot of red flowers at the end. And we have a lot of these things on the Tosun Terzioğlu Commons category. And if we continue this project further, we will have photos from like every month or every type of weather condition, like when it's snowing, when it's raining, etc. So that's something I'm looking forward to in the long run, like documenting the botanical garden not as a statical place, but as a dynamical place. So yeah, thank you a lot for listening, and please contact me through my Meta page or like my Telegram page or English Wikipedia page or whatever if you have been inspired by any of these, or if you would want to work together in the future, if you would want some translations of the slides that I did, etc. And I hope to come back next year to Wikimania with like more projects and more presentations about it. And I am open to hearing your questions. So thank you all for listening.
Do you have any questions for the presentation of Ege? No questions, right? Okay, so I can go to the next thing. So this is the School of Philosophy Wiki Club in the Athens University. That thing that I am heading in the practices. It was founded in 2023 in cooperation with a professor in the beginning. It has 5 active support members and many supporters. It is focusing in the School of Philosophy in the National University of Athens, the largest university school in Greece in terms of number of students. The second 2 of our members headed the first outreach event in last November. The rest of the members joined later because we did an active campaign in the social media of our university and the chats and the groups of the students in our university and our school in order to persuade them join our EQUA. We have conducted already outreach in the French language department in cooperation with a professor of French language, which is she also a Wikimedian. Our plans is also to conduct outreach events for students of history, psychology, English language, and others. We are already in the process of planning something in history and English language departments already, and we are aspiring that we will see developments in the next months. We are conducting also online sessions on Google Meet in order to facilitate the education of students at Wikimedia in an online form and to make Wikimedia teaching more convenient for them. For the students who were involved in our first activity in November 2023. We are not aspiring to create just people that will edit Wikipedia and that's all. We want to make people that will conduct outreach, will participate in the movement in their own school, in their own university, and will be supported by us and the local affiliate on doing their journey on Wikimedia. That will become people that will become complete Wikimedians. Will be event organizers locally and nationally and internationally, and a valuable asset to the community in the movement. This is not only something that I'm espousing, it's also a EQUO practice, another EQUO brand, by the way. Our vision is to promote Wikimedia among young students in Greece and becoming a hub for supporting EdWiki activities in Greek universities, to support students and professors who want to do programs for the students in Greece. We also introduced Wikipedia in March for the universities for the students of the university in Crete as well. We are giving special emphasis in tailored activities for youth, like edit-a-thons like that we hosted with Notre Dame English Club Wikipedia Education and Research Team about the Independence Days of Greece and Bangladesh and related articles, because those days are almost the same in Wikidata, allowing the translation of hundreds of queries in these matters. And we also stress the importance of Wikimedia and also how Wikimedia can help in real life. We aim to make Wikimedia a standalone method that will be reliable for students to use, to be used as a teaching tool by universities and to be used for projects by the professors, and improve its reputation with the academic community so that we generate trust for the Wikimedia thing in our university, and not only to make the professors believe in Wikimedia and collaborate with us, but also doing, but also assigning it as a project to its people. We are also trying to make people aware of its importance and why they should contribute in Wikimedia. Our next step is right now to get an official partnership with the authority and conduct many regular trainings on the members. So we are in the onboarding phase, in the phase that we are gradually growing, so that we are not so that we become completely dependent of any authority. The administrative authority of our university. We are collaborating with, however. we are planning to onboard more members and conduct many more activities in the coming academic year after October. By the way, we have also a presentation, a few slides about the NDC Wikimedia editorial research team. So Rafi and his brother Wasi were to present it. However, because of the situation in Bangladesh, they couldn't join online and present their own brilliant echo on themselves. So they trusted me to carry this task on. It will not be a great slide. The NDC word is an echo based in Notre Dame College in Dhaka, in Bangladesh. So in most countries, the students of 11th and the 12th grade will be high school students in the most countries. In Bangladesh, it's called the college. It's an equo, not an affiliate, supported by the Notre Dame English Club, one of the extracurricular clubs that the school operates. It's one of the largest schools in Bangladesh, by the way. The student body is composed of school students. It has 4 wings, legal and advocacy, leadership and management, communications, and operational wing. Their directors are changing each year, and this is an example of an equo that has structures that resemble affiliates and even chapters in a way very much. It organizes a bootcamp every year, which is an inspiration for my own equo and is joined by by hundreds of students. Today, the Equo Alliance continues spreading the movement on many universities and doing partnerships with the other Equos and not only. We hope that you enjoyed our presentation and feel free to make any questions or contact me or one of the other partners of us in the Equo Alliance to learn more about the Equo or about our practices or if you want to collaborate with us. Thank you. Any questions? Here, one question.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have 2 questions.
Yeah,
One,
of course.
I am interested how you, the presenters, found each other, found the connection, how you found the overlaps. And the second question is, so I am from Wikimedia Polska, Wikimedia Poland, and I work for the centralized team, but I would be interested in exploring more of these initiatives in Poland. And I can see very much the benefit of it being a bottom-up initiative.
Yes, it's a
But if
bottom-up
you have any
initiative.
tips for me to try and either find students or any tips.
Okay.
So these are my 2 questions.
Okay, I will begin with the first question. First, we found each other on Telegram. It was a remotely organized initiative. You know, many of the ECHO members are pretty active people in Telegram, and you probably have heard many of us from the Telegram chats. So we organized our alliance from there, and by then everything found its way. We began collaborating even more, and we began gradually to organize more things together and file common projects together, like those that I presented previously. Can you repeat the second question, please?
It's if you have any tips for finding these initiatives or starting these initiatives. If I'm not a student, but I want to find the links at university.
The tips are, at least from our own experience, when you are. It depends on each case. If you are a student, you can partner with some students and authority and thus develop Wikimedia practice together in order to make a strong and coherent ECHO that will do its own activities together, that will conduct many activities in its own way and will become gradually sovereign, with the meaning that will be not dependent on the authority. So if you are if you're not a student, you have to collaborate with the students and authority first, so that the students bring you the more students so that the students will spread up the EQUO, and the authority will bring the support with the classes, with the promotion and everything. While if you are, but the students, if you are a student, you have to depend on the students more, because these are the students who want to make the EQUO, and we have to persuade them to make the EQUO. While if you are approaching a certain university or department as a representative of Wikimedia Polska or any other affiliate in any case, you have to focus at first also a lot in securing partnership with authority, because it's all the students, whatever you prefer, so that if you explaining. So if you prefer to do it with authority, it will allowing to bring students and organize something together, so that you also bring young Wikimedians and explain them the importance of building EQUOs and doing all this stuff. And then after you have collaborated with authority, and you have, for example, begun an editing challenge or a contest for the students, then it's good to have a certain amount of, for example, a contact person from the affiliate that will facilitate their EQUO and will direct them in cooperation with the EQUO Alliance on what they should do next, and generally to facilitate the journey as EQUO together with the support of the affiliate. The affiliate support is a crucial part in order to create an EQUO, and because Poland is a strong affiliate, I don't see that. I don't see why it's the affiliate they shouldn't support the EQUO to be done.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Any other question?
Oh, my name is Joanna. I am from University of Poland in Warsaw. And you, on the presentation, I saw that you adapt to the needs of students.
Yeah.
How do you know about these needs?
At first we are young people, so we are knowing what they want and because they are vibrant people, they want. Socialization is a key thing that the youth needs, especially now after the COVID pandemic and the long-term shutdowns at school. So socialization is very important. And from the lessons that we have incorporated from the C Youth Group, which you have the opportunity to learn more in today's in Wikimania, we are, in order to keep them together, we do also game nights. So we play games like the games that you used to play in your childhood, like board games, like such games, to foster a sense of being together, of building a team. It's so team building is done in a part by this game nights. So the other way is doing edit-a-thon. So we make the students being dedicated on Wikimedia projects and help them find which Wikimedia part is the thing that they are preferring the most to do. Either it is in Wikipedia, either working in Wikidata, Wiktionary, or uploading files. Or also, it's yes, this is our main practices, and we are also doing this so that we make the club more coherent and more stronger, thus making bigger bonds and make its participation more stable. Also, one other thing that we also should do in EQUOS is to do boot camps, which is annual events to recruit new members on the EQUO. You're welcome.
Emmanuel from Côte d'Ivoire. Just to share an experience we have. In my country, we developed some Wikimedia club in university and school. But in terms of content development, we try to be adapted with the focus of the university. For instance, we have a university more focused on species and biodiversity. We train the teachers, the professor, and also the students to use Wikispace, for instance. And there is a diversity in some university. The club are led with students by students, and the other by teacher. But in terms of content development, we try to be more focused on the specificity of the university. And to develop this kind of club, it's true that we have to present the association, the movement to the authority, and try to get familiar with them, let them know the kind of impact we can have in terms of promoting content, and step by step, because we need also to be patient, step by step, build the club and also develop the content. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm from Tunisia. So you are trying to sell, if I may say, this model as a format for university to replicate. So I was asking if you are putting some documentations for the universities who are interested in developing echoes in their institutions. For example, the governance model of such an unofficial organization. How the curriculum is distributed, what are the syllabus, for example, because it is a course, it should have a syllabus. So have you developed such a documentation for the project, and if it exists, where exactly? Thank you.
Thank you. So far, we haven't documented this. We haven't documented very much stuff, but we are planning to document it within the next weeks. We are planning to, especially now with our learnings from the Wikimania presentation, we are planning to document our practices even more. However, in an individual level, we are documenting what we are doing and our lessons analytically. Also, regarding universities, it depends. The articles that we work depend on the way that we do it. So if it's an equal practice, we are free to do it. If it's organized together with the university, then the professor usually decides what articles will be developed or what thematic will be developed in Wikimedia.
And if I could say something as well, I tried to document everything I did on the Meta page CIP Wikipedia project. So if you go to Meta and search up CIP Wikipedia project, you can see like my syllabus and some ideas and some notes of meetings and all that. And I don't necessarily know if it will be helpful in the future. Like some of them are a little too wordy and too complicated, but overall, I have tried to make it like a syllabus like that, but I haven't done it for the digital citizenship course, but I'm planning to in the future.
Okay. Thank you again very much for your comment. Any other question? Is there any other question? Okay. Thank you very much.
Tu sais tout. Ok. Bonjour à vous et merci encore d'honorer cette rencontre qui est une session dont le thème est mener un projet Wikimedia de A à Z, préparation et outils, avec pour sous-thème bâtir une communauté en Afrique. Je dirais en fait d'abord en entrée que j'ai fait en fait 2 propositions de thèmes. Un thème sur l'idée de projet de A à Z et un autre thème sur comment animer une formation. Mais un seul thème a été retenu. Mais je prendrai le temps de parler un peu de tout ce qui est comment bâtir une communauté, mais ça sera sous forme de conseil. Il s'agit en fait de mon expérience personnelle que je partage depuis mon engagement comme Wikimédien. Un instant. Hein. OK. Donc voilà un peu l'ordre du jour de cette rencontre. Premier point, introduction et présentation, préparation, l'idée de projet, la préparation de la réalisation, le lancement et le contrôle de la réalisation, la livraison du projet, l'évaluation post-réalisation. Ensuite, on parlera des outils. Il y a les justificatifs financiers, les supports de formation et autres, par exemple le dossier de presse. Quelques outils que la Fondation propose qu'il faudrait prendre en compte quand on veut mettre sur pied un projet ou réaliser un projet. Et je parlerai aussi de quelques projets qui peuvent être soit personnels ou bien qui pourraient être initiés par d'autres pays africains ou bien qu'on pourrait coordonner dans plusieurs autres pays africains. Je terminerai en fait par l'idée de bâtir une communauté, les éléments qu'il faut prendre en compte quand on parle de communauté ou quand on parle de bâtir une communauté. Et comme je le disais au début, en introduction, voilà les informations qui me concernent. Mon username, je suis Wikimédien depuis 2013, cofondateur de Wikimedia Cameroun. J'ai coordonné plusieurs projets, comme vous pouvez le voir, Afripedia. C'est Afripedia, en fait, qui me forme comme formateur des formateurs et je commence à former au Cameroun et à travers plusieurs pays africains. Wikiloves Humaine, je suis Wikimédien en résidence du projet au Cameroun. Cela m'a donné de développer pas mal de choses sur le plan de la formation, sur le plan de la communication et même sur le plan du leadership, parce que c'est de là, en fait, qu'est partie la création du User Group du Cameroun. Wikilove Earth aussi, je l'ai organisé pendant près de 6 éditions et aujourd'hui je suis ambassadeur régional francophone de Wikilove Earth. Wikilove Africa, j'ai coordonné le projet pendant 5 à 6 éditions aussi. Et Wiki Challenge École d'Afrique, j'ai été le formateur du projet dans la région Afrique subsaharienne avant de coordonner le projet pendant 2 années au Cameroun. Wiki Ciné Cameroun, c'est un projet que j'ai initié avec le User Group du Cameroun ainsi que Wikiquat. Voilà les quelques projets. J'ai fait d'autres projets en collaboration avec d'autres personnes et dans le cadre des campagnes du mouvement comme One Lim, One Ref et Art and Feminism comme formateur francophone régional. Maintenant, parlant des projets, l'idée en fait c'est de pouvoir véritablement parvenir à se dire je suis wikimédien, je voudrais initier un projet. Comment est-ce que véritablement je m'y prends? Ça, c'est un peu l'idée de ce thème, en fait. L'idée du projet, en fait, naît le plus souvent avec l'identification d'une problématique demandant à être résolue. Vous verrez, en fait, que la plupart des projets que j'ai cités bien avant viennent résoudre un besoin, viennent, en fait, répondre à un besoin, une attente. Donc, le projet qu'on voudrait mettre sur pied va, évidemment, être soutenu ou inspiré par un besoin qu'on voudrait résoudre. Ça peut être un besoin personnel, parce que je prends un exemple. Je suis une personne qui voyage de façon régulière et je me rends compte que, OK, il n'y a pas assez d'informations sur mon pays, il n'y a pas assez d'informations sur les régions que j'ai eu à visiter. Je suis journaliste. À un moment donné, je voudrais illustrer mes articles par des photos. Et je me rends compte tout à coup qu'il n'y a pas de photos qui me permettent d'illustrer certaines thématiques sur lesquelles je travaille. C'est comme ça qu'on peut, sur cette base-là, en fonction de mon champ d'action ou de mon champ d'action ou de ma profession, je vous aussi dire ça, initier un projet ou bien avoir une idée de projet. Et l'importance peut donc varier à certains degrés. Il y a des importances plus élevées parce que, vu que je suis peut-être journaliste, j'en ai besoin pour mon travail. Vu que je suis enseignante ou enseignant, j'en ai besoin pour mon travail. Donc, à ce moment, l'importance peut être plus élevée. Aussi, l'importance peut être élevée parce que le projet peut être un projet d'envergure nationale. Ça peut impacter tout le pays. L'importance peut être faible parce que ça concerne, par exemple, je prends une langue locale qui est parlée par 50 personnes. L'importance ne sera pas élevée par rapport à une langue qui est parlée par, je veux dire, tout un pays. Donc, voilà un peu comment est-ce qu'on évalue l'idée de projet. Mais l'idée de projet vient résoudre un besoin. Je prendrai l'exemple, par exemple, de Wiki Challenge. Wiki Challenge avait la particularité que ça venait résoudre quel besoin? Le fait qu'il fallait que les enseignants et les élèves en Afrique puissent découvrir ou utiliser les outils numériques et pouvoir y contribuer. Voilà un peu l'idée, en supposant évidemment que très peu avaient accès aux tablettes numériques. Donc, voilà comment est-ce que l'idée d'un projet naît. Et dans cette présentation, en fait, je voudrais beaucoup plus mettre l'accent sur le contexte dans lequel je viens, qui est l'Afrique, et qui est, selon moi, regorge, selon moi, de beaucoup de possibilités en termes d'idées de projets. J'en ai proposé quelques-uns à la fin. Et par rapport à la préparation, maintenant, j'ai voulu mettre ce point parce qu'il est important. Si je dois avoir une idée de projet et que je suis wikimédien, parce que c'est dans ce cadre-là que le projet est mis sur pied, il est important que je connaisse en fait quelles sont les plateformes wiki qui me permettront de mettre en avant le projet. Ça, la préparation. Est-ce qu'il s'agira de créer des articles? Il y a Wikipédia, donc je sais déjà que, OK, je vais travailler sur Wikipédia. Est-ce qu'il s'agira de produire des photos, des audios ou des vidéos? Ah, il y a Commons. Est-ce qu'il s'agit des langues locales? Ah, donc, l'idée, c'est qu'il va avoir une connaissance globale de ce que le mouvement propose comme plateforme. Et en fonction de ça, donc, je peux donc choisir la plateforme qui me permettra de base pour pouvoir préparer mon projet. Et il y a évidemment des plateformes transversales. Donc, un projet peut être transversal dans le sens où on commence par un article, on se retrouve dans Commons, on se retrouve dans Wikidata. Mais il faudrait donc avoir cette vue globale. Donc, il faut donc connaître la vision du mouvement de façon globale. Maintenant, le projet, donc, il est défini et fait l'objet d'un cahier des charges. Le cahier des charges, en général, c'est les objectifs du projet et les moyens à mettre en œuvre qui doivent être identifiés. Je vais prendre partie d'un projet que plusieurs coordonnent. Ça fait Wiki Love Earth, ça peut être Wiki Love Africa, puisque plusieurs le font. Le cahier des charges, c'est quoi? Il est question, en fait, de pouvoir, en fonction d'une année bien définie, prendre les photos sur une thématique. OK, il est question de prendre les photos. Ça voudrait dire que ça peut être les aires géographiques dans le cadre de Wiki Love Earth. Ça peut être une thématique qui est définie dans le cadre de Wiki Love Africa. Donc, le cahier des charges, c'est quoi? Prendre les photos. Si c'est Wiki Love Earth, prendre les photos des aires géographiques. Donc, il faudrait avoir à ce moment-là une liste bien définie des aires géographiques. À ce moment-là, on pourrait se rapprocher des institutions qui font référence à la thématique qu'on voudrait aborder. Ça peut être, par exemple, le ministère de la faune et de la culture, de la faune et de la forêt, comme au Cameroun, ou un autre ministère qui travaille dans ce domaine-là. Et on peut donc avoir une cartographie générale des sujets ou bien des sites ou des réserves naturelles qu'on pourrait être amené à prendre en photo dans le cadre de Wiki Love Earth. Même chose dans le cadre de Wiki Love Africa. Si la thématique est définie, il est question véritablement de circonscrire notre champ d'action. Et c'est sur cette base-là qu'on parvient donc à pouvoir ficeler le projet qu'on voudrait mettre sur pied. Donc il est question en fait de s'appuyer sur quelques projets. Comme je l'ai dit, je m'appuie sur quelques projets, Wiki Love Africa, Wiki Love Earth. Je parlerai à la fin d'idées de projets qu'on pourrait mettre en œuvre. J'ai commencé quelques-uns au Cameroun. et qu'on pourrait transversalement développer dans d'autres pays. Toujours parlant de la préparation, c'est une phase de formalisation du projet qui vise à définir son organisation. Et dans la préparation, en fait, il faudrait, au-delà de l'aspect projet, rédaction du projet, il faudrait mettre sur pied une équipe. Je ne l'ai pas dit au début, dans cette présentation, je viens non seulement parler du contexte africain, mais je viens corriger aussi les manquements que plusieurs communautés africaines ou bien plusieurs coordonnateurs du projet en Afrique font face. En général, c'est Georges qui est le coordonnateur du projet. C'est Georges qui, dans le projet, va gérer la logistique. C'est lui qui va rédiger le cahier des charges. Celui qui va rédiger le dossier de presse. C'est lui qui va planifier les sessions de formation. Ça, c'est des choses qu'on devrait parvenir à corriger. Et donc, dans la préparation de projet, il faudrait avoir une équipe qui est constituée. On peut partir sur 5 personnes, avec donc des tâches bien définies par personne. Tel s'occupe du cahier des charges. Tel s'occupe de la communication, un autre s'occupe de la logistique et un autre peut-être s'occupe de tout ce qui est médias et collecte des informations ou des données auprès des institutions. C'est important, pourquoi? Parce qu'on verra en fait l'impact que cela a dans la suite de ce que je vais présenter concernant les outils. Parce qu'une seule personne ne pourrait pas véritablement, même si ça arrive, c'est le cas, c'est qu'à un moment donné, on va s'essouffler, le burn-out va arriver et on n'est pas efficient. Et c'est pour ça, en fait, que véritablement, on le dit malheureusement, c'est les mêmes personnes qui font les mêmes choses. Former une équipe permet de pouvoir véritablement travailler au relais, à la duplication des compétences plus tard. Plus tard, moi, je n'ai plus organisé Wikilove, ça fait très longtemps. Wikilove Africa, même chose. Wikichallenge, même chose. Donc, parce qu'il y a des personnes qui ont été accompagnées, qui ont été suivies, qui ont pris part et qui maintenant sont à même de pouvoir et ils ou elles le font depuis des années. Donc, voilà un peu l'idée, c'est que former une équipe permet donc non seulement de pouvoir partager la vision, mais de mobiliser les gens à adhérer à la vision et maintenant les préparer aussi à prendre la relève. C'est dans l'équipe maintenant qu'on définit le budget. Parlant de la question du budget, il est question donc de pouvoir faire quoi? On est dans la préparation. On voudrait mener un projet photographique, par exemple, dans 3 régions. Premièrement, pour faire le budget, il est question de définir, OK, ces 3 régions, les équipes devront descendre dans les différentes régions. Il faut prendre en compte quoi? Les déplacements. Combien de personnes iront? Sur cette base, donc, on définit le budget en prenant en compte tous les détails. Les équipes iront sur place, ils visiteront tel site touristique, telle réserve botanique et autres. Quels sont les éléments qu'il faut prendre en compte? Est-ce qu'il faut payer pour y entrer? Ça, c'est tout le travail préalable qu'on fait. Et qui permet donc de monter le budget. Après cela, il faudra organiser une conférence de presse. La conférence de presse, il faudra que ça se fasse à un lieu. Le lieu, il est payant ou il est gratuit. Comment est-ce qu'on obtient les informations pour pouvoir y avoir accès? Voilà, Léon, c'est dans l'équipe qu'on définit donc qui s'en occupe et qui collecte donc toutes ces informations. Et sur cette base-là, donc, on peut et on s'appuie pour pouvoir monter le budget. Ça peut être la conférence de presse. Ça peut être, pour moi, l'idée, en fait, je parle de conférence de presse, pourquoi? Parce que dans l'idée que j'ai compris ou que j'ai voulu mettre en œuvre pendant toute mon expérience en Afrique, c'est quoi? Le mouvement n'est pas connu en Afrique. Et les projets sont, selon moi, le prétexte pour faire connaître le mouvement en Afrique. La conférence de presse, les Camerounais qui ont cheminé avec moi peuvent témoigner. C'était l'occasion pour moi d'inviter les autorités et les personnalités du Cameroun. Parce que c'est le seul moment qu'on a pour pouvoir leur parler de user group, leur parler du mouvement et des projets qu'on est en train de mettre sur pied. C'est le seul moment. Ajouté à cela, donc, on fera aussi la cérémonie de clôture. Et on les invite en même temps. Voilà un peu, c'est tout ça qu'il faudrait mettre en œuvre et prendre en compte toutes ces étapes-là dans la préparation du projet et dans la rédaction donc, du du cahier des charges qu'il faudra faire. Dossier de presse, c'est important parce qu'à la conférence de presse, il faut un dossier de presse pour pouvoir le faire. Donc, après quoi, il faudra découper le projet en différentes parties. Telle personne s'occupe de la communication, donc tu gères tout ce qui est communication. Telle personne s'occupe de la logistique. Telle personne s'occupe de la préparation ou de la réservation de la salle pour la conférence de presse et l'exposition photo à la fin. Ça, c'est une personne qui s'en occupe. Et c'est des responsabilités qu'on donne comme ça. Et vous voyez donc que dans cela, on prépare aussi à l'idée de bâtir la communauté. C'est ça, en fait. Dans la responsabilisation, c'est aussi un moyen de pouvoir engager les gens à pouvoir constituer un noyau qui demain deviendra une communauté. Je le dirai peut-être dans la suite encore. Livraison du projet, en fait, il s'agit de sa mise à disposition aux utilisateurs. Quand on a fait, il est question de partager la vision à une conférence de presse, partager aux membres du user group qu'est-ce qu'on devra faire. Les équipes devront descendre tel jour, dans telle ville, dans tel site touristique, dans telle réserve botanique et bien d'autres. Et les gens donc sont informés et adhèrent. Évaluation post-réalisation, c'est important. Pourquoi? Parce qu'un projet qui est initié devrait toujours avoir une idée projet plus 1. Qu'est-ce que cette année j'ai fait? L'année prochaine, qu'est-ce que je ferai en plus? C'est ça le projet en fait. Le projet, c'est qu'il faudrait toujours avoir quelque chose qui vient s'ajouter par rapport à la précédente édition. Ça peut être un aspect qu'on développera de plus. Il y a des projets que j'ai coordonnés et qui ont débouché sur carrément un nouveau projet. Minette en a coordonné un. Donc l'idée, c'est véritablement qu'à partir d'un projet, puisqu'on collecte les informations des participants, ces informations doivent nous aider à pouvoir rebondir sur un projet P plus 1 et P plus 2. Et la fondation aide beaucoup par rapport à ça parce qu'après, la fondation demande dans le rapport qu'est-ce qui a marché, qu'est-ce qui n'a pas marché, que ferez-vous mieux la prochaine fois. Sincèrement, il faut prendre cela en compte dans le travail qu'on fait. Justificatif financier au niveau des outils maintenant, ils nous serviront pour la rédaction du rapport d'activité. C'est important. C'est pour ça donc que j'ai dit qu'il est important de mettre sur pied une équipe parce que celui qui gère la communication devra gérer tout l'aspect communication avec tout ce qu'il y aura comme information à collecter et à préparer pour le rapport. Maintenant, les fiches d'émargement, le contexte africain fait que pour les déplacements, le taxi, on n'a pas de reçu. Les voyages, parfois, on n'a pas de reçu. Ce qu'il est important de concevoir, c'est les fiches d'émargement qui permettent en fait de pouvoir donner aux personnes qui vont sortir ou bien qui vont se déplacer, de pouvoir reconnaître. Je reconnais avoir reçu la somme de 20 000. Bon, chef d'équipe, je reconnais avoir reçu la somme de 50 000 francs pour la sortie dans une réserve touristique dans telle ville. Et maintenant, la personne signe et les membres qui ont pris part à l'équipe, au déplacement, pourront émarger. C'est ça donc qui va servir au justificatif qu'on devra soumettre au bailleur de fonds. Ça s'appelle la fondation ou une autre entité dans ce cas Wikifranca par exemple. Ça c'est un outil. L'autre outil c'est par exemple seulement les accusés de réception. Parfois, les communautés à l'époque recevaient les fonds, mais à un moment donné, on n'avait pas de suite. Est-ce qu'elles avaient reçu les fonds? On n'avait pas de suite. Donc parfois, quand on reçoit les fonds, il est important de répondre en disant nous avons reçu le montant de tel, à la date de tel. Et parfois même, il faudrait que le coordonnateur du projet signe et celui qui gère les finances signe. Ça, c'est aussi une des valeurs que le mouvement met en avant. Les supports de formation, il est toujours important pour les projets qu'on mène parce qu'à l'issue d'un projet qui est monté, il y a une formation qui est organisée. Il faut toujours prévoir les supports de formation pour les participants qui prendront part à la formation. Dossier prêt, j'en ai parlé tout à l'heure, qu'il faudra mettre à disposition des médias et des autorités. C'est le seul moment qu'on a pour pouvoir valoriser ou faire connaître le user group, le mouvement et les activités qui sont menées, les projets qui sont menés. Pensez toujours à faire conférences de presse parce que les médias, c'est véritablement les relais qu'on peut exploiter pour faire connaître le mouvement en Afrique. Et c'est ce que j'ai véritablement expérimenté dans ce sens-là. Au niveau des outils de la Fondation, j'en ai listé plusieurs que vous voyez dans le lien et qui permettent de pouvoir capitaliser au niveau des sessions de formation qui sont organisées. Le dashboard. Aujourd'hui, on se retrouve dans une situation où il faut véritablement avoir, pour le travail qu'on fait, il faut avoir des résultats. La seule façon pour avoir les résultats qu'on peut voir C'est à travers les outils qui sont proposés. Le dashboard, c'est un des outils qui existait mais avant que les nouveaux outils qui sont proposés actuellement n'existent. Et il est important donc de pouvoir prendre cela en compte dans les projets qu'on fait. Combien de personnes ont pris part à l'événement? C'est dans le dashboard qu'on saura combien de photos ont été uploadées, combien d'articles ont été créés, combien d'articles ont été modifiés. C'est à travers l'outil comme le dashboard qu'on devra le savoir. Il y a les outils, la Fondation a développé à travers les différents départements qui existent plusieurs outils, plusieurs. Certains seront présentés durant Wikimania et je vous invite véritablement à prendre plusieurs outils. Le département Campagne a développé des outils qui permettent de faciliter l'inscription aux événements et à travers l'inscription aux événements, on peut véritablement avoir un suivi global. Ça intègre le dashboard dans la page d'événements. Donc, directement, le participant n'a pas besoin d'aller s'inscrire sur le dashboard. Il s'inscrit à l'événement et il est automatiquement inscrit au dashboard et on peut comptabiliser sa participation. On peut ouvrir l'événement, le clôturer, le prolonger. On peut désinscrire un participant, le réinscrire et bien d'autres. Édition, c'est la même chose. À l'époque, quand on faisait les formations, il était difficile parce que créer la page d'utilisateur était assez complexe. Il y a des outils assez simples aujourd'hui que la Fondation a développés et qu'il faut connaître. Ça permet d'aller un peu plus vite dans le travail de formation qu'on fait. Et aussi d'autres outils comme les outils de web. Il est aussi aujourd'hui possible de pouvoir contribuer directement à partir de son téléphone portable. Les outils sont développés et les améliorations sont faites à ce niveau-là. Et on est même en train d'améliorer l'outil web qui permettrait, Android aussi, qui permettrait d'uploader les photos à partir de son téléphone. Avant, c'était difficile parce qu'on ne se retrouvait pas dans la disposition des menus et bien d'autres. Donc, il y a des outils qu'il faut connaître. Ça, c'est le responsable du projet et qu'il faudra donc valoriser pendant les sessions de formation qui sont organisées. Quelques projets de façon concrète. Quand j'étais, je ne suis plus au Cameroun, j'ai initié le projet pour la valorisation des langues locales camerounaises. Pourquoi les langues locales camerounaises? Le Cameroun, c'est 309 langues locales qui sont parlées. Et je faisais encore le point tout à l'heure avec amis de la Fondation. C'est déplorable, il n'y a aucune langue locale camerounaise sur Wikipédia ou sur les projets Wikimedia. Aucune. J'ai commencé quelque chose avec Lingua Libre. On a fait pas mal d'activités où on a enregistré, plus de 5000 mots et expressions dans plusieurs langues locales camerounaises. Mais le projet a un peu perdu de l'élan. L'idée maintenant, avec Ami, on est en train de réfléchir comment relancer la chose. Et on a des locuteurs sur place qui voudraient y contribuer. C'est possible. Voilà un projet qui est propre au Cameroun et qui peut s'étendre en Afrique parce que l'Afrique, c'est d'abord les langues locales. Et il y en a énormément. Donc, voilà les idées transversales. Voilà, il y a un travail qui a été fait par Maouton sur la langue fond aussi, qui a aujourd'hui sa Wikipédia en langue fond. Ça, c'est l'idée, en fait. C'est que parvenir à avoir... oui, ça peut être Wikipédia, comme ça peut être autre chose, en notre langue locale. L'idée, en fait, à travers, c'est de montrer aux uns aux autres que nous avons un contexte africain, local, qui nous permet véritablement de valoriser ce que nous avons. Et les idées de projet n'en manquent pas. Wiki for Cameroun Chiefdom, c'est quoi? C'est que le Cameroun, en fait, c'est près de 80 chefferies traditionnelles de premier degré et 862 du deuxième degré. Et il y a actuellement une dizaine d'articles sur Wikipédia. Le projet, il est assez clair, hein, par rapport à l'idée de projet que je définis tout à l'heure, il est assez clair et précis, c'est que véritablement, il est question que les équipes descendent sur place, prennent des photos, déjà pour pouvoir regrouper les photos, et plus tard, on passerait à l'étape de création d'articles. Voilà un peu l'idée de projet. Donc, pour ce qui est de l'idée ou bien de la mise en œuvre, vous voyez donc que ça permettra de connaître le Cameroun de l'extérieur et même de l'intérieur. Ouais, peu. Les langues locales, ça permettra véritablement que au niveau des langues, c'est un peu le besoin. L'idée de projet vient en fait d'un besoin, d'une situation. On a des tribus au Cameroun qui parlent et qui écrivent leur langue, mais elles ne sont pas connues. Ça permettrait véritablement de ressortir ces langues locales de l'ornière pour les mettre en avant. Festival, Wiki Festival Cameroun, parce qu'on a une vingtaine de festivals qui sont organisés au Cameroun tous les ans ou tous les 2 ans. Et aujourd'hui, il y a seulement 5 articles sur les projets, les festivals phares. Et par rapport à ça, les festivals au Cameroun, pour ceux qui sont au Cameroun, savent que c'est le lieu où on a la possibilité, où sont d'abord valoriser les cultures, la culture de la localité qui organise le festival, où on valorise la tradition de la localité, et c'est aussi l'un des moyens par lequel on a la possibilité d'avoir le maximum possible d'autorité. Vous voyez un peu? Donc, pendant Wiki Loves Human, ce que j'avais aussi fait, c'est quoi? J'ai pu obtenir, j'ai aussi pu nouer des collaborations avec des partenariats avec des associations locales. Ça a permis qu'on puisse avoir des photos des femmes, des personnalités camerounaises femmes, plus de 1500 photos. Parce que j'avais pu nouer les partenariats avec l'association de photographes camerounais qui était en relation avec, qui a la possibilité de pouvoir prendre part aux cérémonies officielles, défilés, réception à la présidence, et ils prenaient donc les photos des autorités. Dans le cadre du partenariat, donc, j'ai pu entrer en possession de ces photos-là. Donc l'idée, c'est de pouvoir, dans ces cadres-là, favoriser donc la multiplication d'opportunités. Filmer les autorités, filmer la richesse traditionnelle et filmer la richesse culturelle de la localité. Les safaris, en fait, partent de quoi? C'est qu'on a commencé un projet qu'on n'a pas pu concrétiser. L'idée, c'est en fait quoi? Le Cameroun, c'est 10 régions. Et les 10 régions ont chacune une spécificité sur le plan culturel et même sur le plan architectural. Ça peut être l'architecture sur le plan des constructions ou même ça peut être sur le plan de tout ce qu'il y a comme ressources. Ce projet, en fait, c'est un projet qu'un Camerounais m'a partagé et qui rejoignait un peu les idées que j'avais. L'idée, c'est de pouvoir, pendant chaque année, faire un déplacement dans une région pour former les participants volontaires et les mettre en action sur le terrain pour prendre des photos sur une thématique de leur choix. Et ensuite, uploader les photos dans Commons. Donc, vous voyez qu'il y a l'aspect formation des photographes, carrément à la photographie. Et on les amène sur le terrain, sur une thématique de leur choix, et on leur permet de pouvoir donc uploader les photos dans Commons. Donc, ils découvrent le monde Wikimedia. C'est formation. C'est quoi aussi le logiciel libre? Donc, c'est tout ce cadre-là qu'on devrait mettre sur pied. Et à la fin, on fait une exposition photo qui primera les meilleures photographies pendant ce temps-là. Ça, c'est par rapport au safari. Donc, on le ferait dans chaque région, chaque année. Bâtir une communauté, ça, les éléments, ça, c'est juste les conseils parce que ça ne faisait pas partie de la thématique. C'est dans le deuxième thème que j'avais proposé. Première chose, c'est qu'il faut planifier. Un des défauts que j'ai remarqué, c'est que plusieurs communautés ne planifient pas les activités, ou bien certaines communautés ne planifient pas. On ne peut pas, parlant de communautés qu'on veut bâtir, ne pas planifier. Je vous dis un peu une stratégie que j'ai toujours utilisée et comment je suis parvenu à... Ça, c'est une expérience que j'ai eue pratiquement et c'est l'expérience que j'ai partagée à plusieurs communautés. J'ai souvent dit aux gens que je peux vous aider à bâtir une communauté après 6 mois. Comment je fais? Première session de formation, apprendre à contribuer à Wikipédia et ses projets frères. On fait la session de formation. C'est une découverte de Wikipédia. Et qu'est-ce que je fais avant de sortir la session? Je dis, prochaine session de formation dans 2 semaines. Vous verrez comment est-ce qu'on upload une photo dans Commons. On ne parle plus de Wikipédia là. Vous voyez? Directement, on sort de Wikipédia pour Commons, pour la prochaine session. À la prochaine session, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Prochaine session, je vous dis, OK, quand vous serez là, je vous montrerai comment est-ce que, après avoir créé un article, après avoir inséré un article, une photo dans Wikipédia, on va vous montrer comment est-ce qu'on crée une entrée Wikidata. Voilà 3 sessions de formation qu'on a déjà planifiées à votre choix 3 mois. Et c'est comme ça que c'est le bénévolat. La seule chose pour pouvoir engager les gens ou bien pour pouvoir stimuler les gens, c'est de leur montrer qu'il y a une découverte, il y a quelque chose à découvrir, il y a quelque chose de nouveau, il y a quelque chose qu'ils peuvent apprendre. Tu commences à Wikipédia, après tu ouvres la porte sur Commons et ensuite tu enchaînes sur Wikidata et après tu peux parler d'un autre projet. Et sur 3 mois, 4 mois, tu es sûr que tu as des personnes qui commencent à être intéressées. Et entre les mois, qu'est-ce que tu fais? C'est que tu accompagnes les gens par des petits travaux. J'ai un article que je voudrais que tu complètes. Voici un article, voici les sources. Est-ce que tu peux compléter les informations sur la page Wikipédia? Voici. Donc, c'est comme ça que tu engages les gens. Donc, il y a un travail un travail continu qui doit être fait et qui doit être planifié sur la durée. Le suivi pratique, c'est ce que je dis, c'est que mettre à disposition aux participants les ressources qui vont leur permettre de pouvoir découvrir comment on fait un lien interne. Ça, c'est une chose qu'on fait. Et une chose aussi que j'ai toujours appliquée, c'est quoi? La contribution se faisait de façon collaborative en séance. On ne publiait pas, un nouveau n'était pas appelé à publier un article ou à créer un article. On le créait ensemble en une session pratique et tout le monde voyait comment est-ce qu'on crée l'article, comment est-ce qu'on l'améliore, comment est-ce qu'on le wikifie, comment est-ce qu'on ajoute un lien interne ensemble en session. Et comme ça, donc, quand l'article est publié, je peux recontribuer par derrière. Un autre contributeur espère recontribuer ensuite. Donc, l'article ne sera pas supprimé. Donc, ça permet que, puisque quand tu es nouveau, pour moi, tu vous dis, si un nouveau crée un article, c'est une opération suicide. Donc, il faut que ce soit un processus d'accompagnement. Ça peut, au début, être simplement de l'ajout d'informations, ajout de liens, ajout de sources et autres. Mais après, dans la contribution, on le fait ensemble du début à la fin et de façon accompagnée. Maintenant, contribution en équipe, c'est ce que je disais tout à l'heure. La responsabilisation des membres. Une chose aussi qui est pour bâtir une équipe, je l'ai dit au début, c'est former un groupe. Et au Cameroun, qu'est-ce qu'on avait parvenu à faire, c'est que une personne s'occupe de la logistique. Et je le dis encore, je prends une image qui m'a tout marqué. Le trésorier de Wikimedia Cameroun aujourd'hui, il a pris part à une session que j'ai organisée à Douala et il venait simplement comme pour découvrir, et même en s'amusant. Mais il est trésorier aujourd'hui. Ça fait peut-être près de 5 ans que j'avais fait la session, mais il venait découvrir comme ça. Et il est trésorier aujourd'hui. Pourquoi? Parce que il veut poser une question comme ça pour s'amuser. Et j'ai répondu à la question, j'ai dit, oh, j'ai mon frère qui est footballeur et tout. Donc on peut le valoriser sur Wikipédia. Il dit, justement, on peut le faire. Et justement, dans la responsabilité des membres, c'est que quoi? Il faudrait comprendre que quand on parle de communauté, ce n'est pas seulement les gens qui contribuent au projet Wikimedia. Ça, c'est une chose qu'on devrait pouvoir dépasser. Il y a des gens qui ont des compétences complémentaires en finance. Ça fait partie. Ça peut aider à la communauté. En gestion de projet, ça peut aider à la communauté. En langue, en management, ça peut aider à la... Donc, c'est tous ces éléments qu'il faudrait prendre en compte. Et c'est ce qu'on a essayé à chaque fois de pouvoir mettre sur pied. Quelqu'un qui gère la logistique pour voir, par exemple, dire, OK, par rapport au casse-croûte, c'est toi qui t'en occupes. Par rapport à la décharge, c'est toi qui t'en occupes. Ça responsabilise les gens et ça leur donne véritablement, non seulement de se sentir dans une communauté, mais de véritablement voir qu'ils ont leur place. La vie sociale, une communauté, ce n'est pas seulement edit-a-thon, 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 edit-a-thon. Il y a une vie sociale qu'il faut créer au sein d'une communauté. Parfois, on peut seulement se retrouver pour fêter un anniversaire d'un membre. Parfois, on peut aller découvrir une ville et on profite de la excursion dans une ville et on fait une activité wikimédienne, sortie photo et autres. Donc, il faut créer un contexte social qui permet la vie dans une communauté. Ça, c'est des éléments qu'il faut prendre en compte. Et maintenant, les éléments de motivation, c'est quoi? Ça peut être que, parfois, ça peut être un t-shirt, parfois, ça peut être un stylo estampillé, user group, parfois, ça peut être un sticker. Et aussi, quand on vient à un événement comme celui-ci, il faut rentrer toujours les gadgets pour partager aux membres de l'équipe. C'est les éléments qui motivent. Pourquoi ne pas aussi, on le faisait à chaque fois, parler des événements internationaux auxquels on n'a pris part ou qui existent? C'est les éléments, puisqu'on a un contexte de bénévolat, parfois en Afrique, on dit qu'on gagne quoi? On ne gagne rien. Mais voilà les éléments qu'on gagne, c'est d'être dans une communauté, c'est de pouvoir avoir la possibilité de rencontrer d'autres personnes, de partager notre expérience, de pouvoir apprendre d'autres personnes et aussi de pouvoir mettre sur pied des projets qu'on aura vus ailleurs. Donc voilà un peu ce que j'ai prévu pour cette session, qui est véritablement une expérience personnelle et que j'ai pensé pouvoir être utile à plusieurs, non seulement par rapport à leur propre expérience, parce que chacun a son expérience et chacun peut l'adapter à son aise, et aussi à travers les projets que j'ai présentés, l'idée aussi de véritablement susciter d'autres idées de projets dans différentes régions. On peut accompagner les gens si ils sont disposés ou disponibles par rapport à cela. J'ai des projets qui me tiennent à cœur, c'est peut-être personnel, et qu'il est important véritablement que les gens soient ouverts à ce qu'on le fasse ensemble. L'idée aujourd'hui, ce n'est pas de faire un projet seul. Cela n'est pas impactant. Il est question qu'on engage les gens véritablement. Donc voilà un peu les éléments. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions avant, pour le peu de temps qui nous reste, avant qu'on ne se sépare? Oui, Minette. Question, please. You have a microphone, please.
Merci. Merci Georges pour la présentation. Je suis Minette Lonti de Wikimedia Cameroun. Ma première question, c'est de savoir quel est l'intérêt. Merci, j'ai dit merci pour la présentation. Merci. Quel est l'intérêt pour une communauté de dupliquer un projet et de lui donner un nom local plutôt que de rejoindre une campagne globale qui existe déjà? Par exemple, là, vous avez parlé de Wiki Safari. Pourquoi pas, par exemple, faire ce projet dans le cadre de Wiki Loves Earth? Ça, c'est la première question. Donc, quel est l'intérêt de localiser, de créer nous-mêmes nos projets qui ressemblent à d'autres projets plutôt que de rejoindre juste des campagnes internationales? Maintenant, la deuxième, je ne sais pas si c'est une question, plutôt une contribution, c'est par rapport au projet Wikimedia Chiefdoms Cameroun. Je voulais dire ici qu'il y a cette année au Cameroun le projet Saré Lamdo, vraiment, je ne sais pas, j'espère que je n'ai pas écorché le nom, qui est porté par Aruna, un contributeur du Nord Cameroun, qui vise justement à documenter les chefferies. Je ne sais pas si le projet Cameroonian Chiefdoms dont tu as parlé, c'est ce même projet ou c'est un projet qui avait déjà été fait préalablement dans cette même optique-là, mais juste que cette année, il y a ce projet-là et ça s'appelle comme ça. Donc, je ne sais pas si c'est lié ou bien si c'est un projet passé. Merci.
Bon, peut-être la première question, pourquoi? C'est que l'idée Wiki Love et Wiki Safari, c'est pas vraiment la même chose.
Oui, mais je dis plutôt que de créer un nouveau projet, de dire qu'on va créer un projet pour le Cameroun, par exemple pour les festivals, où tu as parlé de Wiki Ciné que tu avais mis sur pied au Cameroun, il y a déjà un projet Afro Ciné. Il y a un projet par rapport au festival FESPACO. Il y a des projets déjà globaux, internationaux, mais on recrée des projets locaux. C'est quoi l'intérêt?
Voilà. Wiki Ciné, en fait, c'est parti de justement projet Afro Ciné. J'avais été sollicité donc par, à l'époque, il était au Nigeria, pour faire donc une branche au Cameroun. Il fallait donc commencer par un projet local qui se connecterait donc au projet global Afro Ciné. C'est ça l'idée. Bon, et après, il a abandonné le projet parce qu'il avait quitté le Nigeria. Donc, c'est un peu ça. L'idée, en fait, c'est pas par rapport à Safari. Safari a véritablement, ça ne rejoint pas ou ça ne se rapproche pas de Wiki Love Earth. La thématique ici, c'est quoi? Dans la formation, c'est quoi? C'est que dans la formation, il n'est pas question d'aller filmer les sites touristiques ou les réserves. L'Afrique a des... Je prends un exemple. Je ne prends pas à Wiki Safari, par exemple, à la formation en photographie. Et quand on est sur le terrain, moi, je décide de prendre les taxis. Moi, je décide. Je n'ai pris pas à la formation. Je décide de prendre quelle est la particularité que l'Afrique a sur les taxis. Je dis, je veux valoriser sur le plan africain les taxis. Ma contribution par rapport au projet, c'est de prendre les photos des taxis. L'autre dit, OK, je prends les photos des motos-taxis. Ça, c'est le contexte africain, tu vois. Ça n'a rien à voir avec Wiki Love. C'est un peu ça. Que dans le Wiki Safari, c'est quoi? Que en fonction de la région, illustrer par les photos le contexte de la région. À l'ouest, ce sera évidemment les cadres qui vont dans les plantations. C'est un peu ça l'idée. Ce n'est pas qu'un peut choisir d'aller prendre les photos des sites. Ça, se regarde. Maintenant, pour les chiefdoms, je sais que j'avais passé le mot à Aruna par rapport au chefferies. Bon, là, tu vois qu'il a limité ça au nord. L'idée, c'est véritablement... Oui, donc, c'est que j'avais passé le mot. C'est bien s'il a initié la chose, mais véritablement, on avait en parlé avec quelques photographes à l'époque, mais ça n'a pas pris corps. En fait, c'est bien si on commence déjà la chose. Oui.
To react to the question about dividing or making a new project, I'm from Wikimedia France, or French Wikimedian. What I do when I organize some project like this, I need some local branding. So the name is quite local, but I still put some discrete marking saying that we are part of Wiki Love, Wiki Love Monuments, or this kind of things. So you praise the local, but you keep a link with the global, and later on you can count this project as part of the global.
C'est une bonne stratégie, hein? C'est une bonne stratégie aussi. Ouais.
You don't have to divide, and I don't like to divide because there is already a methodology, a branding, so on. So you need both.
Mais je dis, en fait, c'est bien. C'est que, oui, c'est que localiser le projet même en se connectant à un projet global. Mais je pense qu'il y a en Afrique plusieurs idées de projets qu'on peut mettre sur pied. Même simplement, je ne veux pas dire copier, on ne copie pas, on contextualise la chose avec les réalités qui sont les nôtres. C'est ça l'idée de projet, qu'il y a un besoin, il y a une situation, et on s'appuie sur le besoin, sur la situation, sur la demande pour pouvoir initier un projet. Je suis confronté à un problème au quotidien. Tout le temps, je cherche les photos sur les chiffreries, par exemple. Je ne vois pas. Donc, l'idée de projet vient de là. Tout le temps, je suis confronté au fait que je voyage tout le temps et chaque fois, je me retrouve à ne pas je suis bloqué. Je ne sais pas où aller. Comment est-ce qu'on va à l'ouest du Cameroun? J'ai un problème qui se pose. Donc, je peux créer un projet sur la base des réalités auxquelles je suis confronté au quotidien. C'est ça le principe. Maintenant, il y a Wiki Voyage. Tu vois. Donc, en s'appuyant sur ce que la Fondation a comme projet de base, tu crées un projet en tenant compte de la réalité locale. Voilà, c'est un peu ça.
But there is difference with the branding locally and the connection internationally. And often, I also I like to have both, because when you need funding, sometimes you go to the local, so you say, I made this local project. And when you go to the foundation, you say, I make this Wiki Love Monument project. It's the same project, but early on, when you set up the project, you put the boss name, so you can play on the leg you want.
Je vais développer ce qu'il dit pour parler d'un aspect. C'est que, vu qu'on voudrait faire connaître le mouvement dans nos pays africains, parfois tu parles d'une autorité, je parlais encore d'une expérience que j'ai vécue au Cameroun pendant Wiki Love Women, c'est que parfois on ne connaissait qu'il s'agit de quoi, vous parlez de quoi. Donc, ce n'est que en montrant que ça va valoriser le Cameroun, qui va dire, ah ok, je vais prendre l'exemple simple, on n'a peut-être pas assez de temps. Dans Wiki Love, j'ai eu à rencontrer l'une des dames les plus haut gradées de la police du Cameroun. Et je lui parle dans de Wiki Love Women et je lui dis, je vous parle, voici le projet et tout, ça permettra de créer des articles des femmes connues du Cameroun et ensuite les illustrer avec les photos. Il faudra comprendre les photos et tout. Elle m'a écouté de façon assez concentrée pendant une trentaine de minutes. Elle n'a rien dit. Et après, elle me demande, qui vous a envoyé? Donc, c'est que dans la mentalité Cameroun, et c'est ça en fait, c'est que si on vient pour parler d'un projet comme celui-là, c'est qu'on est missionné par quelqu'un. C'était le premier blocage. Je lui ai dit non, vous avez affaire à... C'est moi qui coordonne le projet au Cameroun, c'est moi qui suis là, donc vous aurez affaire à moi. Il n'y a pas quelqu'un d'autre. Elle me demande, et quel est l'intérêt pour moi d'être dans Wikipédia? Je dis, ok madame, je vous comprends très bien, vous n'avez pas d'intérêt, peut-être parce que ouais, vous n'avez rien, vous êtes ce que vous êtes. Mais dans 10 ans, vous aurez peut-être des arrière-petits-fils, on leur dira que maman était la femme la plus haut gradée de la police. Qu'est-ce que l'enfant fera premièrement? Google. Et il ne vous verra pas sur Google, madame. Donc voilà comment est-ce qu'on gagne. Voilà donc comment est-ce que... Donc c'est avoir la possibilité d'avoir des informations sur la femme la plus haut gradée de la police. Ouais, c'est ça. Donc l'opportunité a toujours été donnée pour pouvoir parler du mouvement dans notre environnement, institutions nationales, universités et bien d'autres. Voilà un peu l'idée. Donc il ne faudrait pas qu'on se ferme juste user group, qu'on reste entre nous. Il faut toujours voir comment sortir de notre zone de confort. Voilà. On a normalement terminé. S'il n'y a pas d'autres questions, je vous remercie une fois de plus pour votre attention et votre participation. Merci beaucoup.
Okej. Zamknij drzwi może już, co? Drzwi. Okay. Już? Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome in our presentation about World Record, Guinness World Record edit-a-thon. The title is Reviewing the Community Spirit, Guinness World Record edit-a-thon as Uniting Experience, a case study. My name is Tomasz Wszeborowski, nickname Gdarin. I'm chair of Wikimedia Polska, and my colleague Marek Lewandowski is also from Wikimedia Polska. He works for us as event expert. And we together tell you some information about the edit-a-thon, and then you will have time to ask us questions, and then we answer all of them. What is the story of this breaking record? On September 26 to 30 in 2023, the Polish Wikipedia community undertook an ambitious task. We tried to break the record, the Guinness record, for the longest edit-a-thon. It was established in Mexico City in 2016, and then volunteers edited Wikipedia during 72 hours. At first, we tried to do this event in 2020, but because of COVID, it wasn't possible. But after a few years, we started again with the idea, and then we thought about more ambitious aim, not only break the record, the 72 hours, but do much more. 100 hours of editing Polish Wikipedia. And what was our goal? Our main goal was to improve Polish Wikipedia and create articles regarding broadly understood Polish heritage, like history, culture, architecture, literature, music, sport, and everything what we can connect with the heritage. The second goal was to do something after the COVID times which unite our community, to have some fun, to make people happy, to do together something unique and something what is quite difficult to imagine, how to edit Wikipedia 100 hours in the big edit-a-thon. So it's possibly only when we think about our movement. So Wikimedia movement lives on the dedication, passion of its global community, and our sustaining this vibrant community spirit demands ongoing effort and innovation in the types of events and meetings organized. So we want to do something unique, something special, not the event which is quite the same every year, but something which is memorable because of its uniqueness. So this is how we started to think about it. I will tell you some more about our preparations to show you how we did it. The preparations took about half a year. And we had the owner of the project. It was Marek Lewandowski. And also we have organizing committee which is composed and from experienced volunteers, not only staff but editors, administrators, also Wikimedia Polska board members like myself and others. So a lot of people were engaged in the preparations, and some more information about it say Marek Lewandowski.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I will tell you something about more about like technical aspects of this edit-a-thon. So the very first step that we all needed to take with our team and volunteers was to choose the right venue. So we had several ideas, obviously, but the most natural one was to do this edit-a-thon in a library where you have like thousands of sources. And this is how we established our first cooperation, first partnership, which was absolutely crucial. And it was cooperation with the Public Library of the capital city of Warsaw, and the other name of it, Central Library of the Mazovia province, which hosted us, which was absolutely crucial and most important here. Hopefully one of employees of library is Wikipedian, our volunteer, Grzegorz Gogacz, and he was always responsible for well, being in touch and combining those two institutions. Yeah, it was crucial because the library was answering our every need. And by saying this, I mean like huge requirements that was made by the Guinness Record Office. Here you can see the picture of the main hall of the library. One of many, actually, that was beautiful. So yes, these high and detailed requirements of the Guinness Record Office were mostly about delivering evidences. So first, it was like footage of absolutely every minute of attempt, confirmation of all actions of editors made by independent witnesses, observing everything what was going on in the venue in 4-hour shifts, and those witnesses could not be related to editors and organizers, like family. At least 10 editors at the same time, at all times, editing. Well, the Guinness Record Office did not limit how long editors could work, so we created shifts, like 6-hour shifts. List of edits should be delivered, and the presence of experienced editor in every shift. So this is the list that maybe doesn't look scary, but actually it was challenging because we needed a lot of people and a lot of people involved in this project. So the first question we asked ourselves was how to attract attention, how to involve the community. And one of the best idea that actually one of our volunteers did was to send a mass message via Wikipedia to the most active Wikipedians. And yes, this gave great result, because instead of 60 editors that we were expecting, at the end 127 showed up. Managing all these registrations of participants and volunteers, shifts and changes in the schedule that was happening all the time was challenging. Backup both in people and tools. You've seen that one of the requirements was to have 10 editors at the venue. We always wanted to have registered 15 at least. The same with witnesses, always want to have more. Or in tools like the camera or hard disk, we always wanted to have twice more, not to fail because of some small thing. Employee shifts, I mean, workers of Wikimedia Polska, not everyone could and not everyone wanted to work in the night, so it was challenging. Accommodation close to the venue for whole this group, and by the way, feeding people 24 hours a day, which actually wasn't a challenge for us. We invited like catering company to the venue, and it was a challenge for them to follow actually our feedback. Yeah, so the highlights from the event are mostly the amazing atmosphere of unity, like night and day. This is something that we realized quite quickly, that we all felt one goal, one responsibility, and like there was no drama, no differences at that time. It was great. The importance of teamwork, because absolutely it was not like one person job. It was absolutely common for the whole team of Wikimedia and a lot of volunteers. Random people spontaneously joining in. It was something that we realized during the edit-a-thon, and also is unusual for events that we make, because people were just passing by, knew the library. The library is located in the center of Warsaw, and they were attracted by this Guinness World. And yes, they were coming in and they were signing in and editing, and they stayed for long. So this is absolutely unusual for our events, because usually, usually there's no Guinness World in the name, and usually we don't do this in the center of Warsaw. So yes, that was interesting and observation. So 24 medical support and extra room for relaxation. This is actually just a part of hospitality that I wanted to mention. That was very important to take care of this big amount of people that are coming and working like pro bono, absolutely. And special closing party after the event, which was a very important part of celebration. We invited jazz musicians and invented a jazz concert. We were absolutely not sure about this genre and how people will perceive after such an elevating moment, which was this 100 hours. But actually it was a great idea. It was like chilling down, calming down, and it was, I think, even touching for some of us. And yes, I could be talking about this probably for hours. Maybe we'll answer your questions, but I will just finish with. Oh, by the way, there's a picture of this concert in another space of this beautiful library. Maybe it gives you some feeling about the atmosphere. And yeah, I will finish with the final numbers. So, as you already know, 100 hours of editing, 127 editors showed up, almost 300 new articles, 13,000 editions in Polish Wikipedia, almost 9,000 pages were edited, 32 witnesses, and much more other volunteers not mentioned here. And every 30 seconds, this is the average editing speed. And I guess that's it for now. Now Tomasz will proceed. Thank you.
And a little more about what we have learned about editing in that event. So we were curious about if people love it or not, or if it will be interesting for people. Maybe some of you are thinking, what is this a good idea to try to break our record? So we will tell you that people love it, love editing in large groups, love editing together. Many people after this edit-a-thon said to us, we should do this once again and try to think about something, maybe not breaking that record, but to do something extra and something unique again. And you as Wikimedia Polska should try to find us something new, because it is so exciting to do something together, and not only editing at home, as everyone here probably do, but you meet together and do it and make some fun from being together. So this is thing what people loved, and I think many of them still remember this event, and we are happy to talk about it. And people love challenges. The fact we are doing something not easy, because it wasn't easy. Sometimes we were very tired sitting at, for example, 4 or 5 a.m. and editing, and after that day, next day, we had some rest, and then again, it wasn't that easy as probably most of us thought before. No, it was quite big challenge, maybe the biggest in our history of Wikimedia Polska, because we haven't done something similar before, and people said yes, it was big challenge, but we achieved this goal, and we love it that we had, you know, it's like climbing on the mountain. Yes, it's not easy, but after when you finish, see the top and see the hill and be on the highest point of that mountain, you are happy that you achieved it, even if it was very difficult. So it was maybe a similar impression here. As we said about large groups, it's this again, people love to meet together. People love to be like here in Wikimania. Yes, we see the same. We love to be together, talk to each other, and do some things together. And it's the same in the time of edit-a-thon. Of course, it was not only editing, but we could talk and have some other conversation about Wikipedia or about our movement. So it was a chance to people to know something more about it, not only maybe some people who before only started editing in Polish Wikipedia, now they had more knowledge about what Wikimedia Polska does. For example, our other projects or our partners, like the one Marek said, the library, which was our crucial partner. And we are happy that we met young editors. Some of them were experienced, but some of them were going from the street, seeing that something interesting is done in the library. They had some notes about it somewhere in the internet or even on the streets, where some information that there is a breaking, a try of breaking the record. So people joined us, and it was very interesting for us, but even people from abroad, not only Polish Wikipedians, but also some people abroad. Even if they couldn't edit Polish Wikipedia, they helped us with the organization, the event. They helped us with some things inside. So it was very interesting that people joined spontaneously from the street. People showed up because they liked exciting events. So when you think about your country, what are you doing? Think what you can do to be attractive for the people. Yes, how to make people the Wikipedia is something interesting. Yes, when we edit, when we do it, we know that it is very exciting. But for people who are not inside our movement, we need to have something special to bring their attention. And what I said before, it is not that easy to find a new challenge, that big challenge, but we will try. We have idea for next year, and the committee is waiting for our announcement, but we still thinking about details of the cooperations, and I may tell you that something in that region is gonna happen next year if we decide to do it, but I'm pretty sure that we'll do, and that will be not breaking the record like it was in that time, but something completely different, editing Wikipedia in very special, unique place. And I hope we will do it. But I will show you some pictures from the breaking record of in the 2023. These people are witnesses, which the task was to count people. As Marek said, the minimum number of editing people all the time was 10. So they checked if people, of course, could go for a while out, and they tried to have all information about them, who's going in, who's going out, and all the time we have certainly at least 10 people editing inside. And of course, sometimes were much more than 10, but 10 was the minimum. So these people they were not editing at all, they were witnesses. And there are people editing. There's some of you can see there. For example, Eva, yes, is Eva here, and this is editing in the day. It was quite nice because it's always easier to find time after work or before the work, and that times was not that difficult for us because it was quite easy to find people editing in the daytime. But what next? I will show you the time. 5:55, 6 a.m. is the time when where was the shift. People started at 0 a.m. and the editing to 6 hours, and then new shift is. So some people are standing up, some still editing, like Piotr. Is Piotr here? Yes, there is Piotr here. So Piotr was our most active editor in that edit-a-thon. He was in many shifts, in day and night, and how many? Half shifts, 50 hours. Yes, about 50 hours editing in that edit-a-thon. We sometimes even ask him go and have some rest. Yes, don't take too much shifts because we wanted to be sure that everything will be okay with his with his health. But yes, there were people so engaged that they even edited so much, 50 hours in this edit-a-thon. But everyone who edited at least even 1 hour, it was good for us because he or she could experience this atmosphere, this unique atmosphere and the spirit of this event. So this is editing at the very difficult time, 5 o'clock. It's not obvious time to us for editing Wikipedia. But I show you what was in the time, 100 hours. Yes, our aim was achieved, and then was, it was the time of our happiness. Yes, and everyone who were in that moment in the library went to the place, and here's 100 exactly. So some people here, and also. The rest was here, and all was with joy, with happiness. Yes, we did it. Yes, of course we haven't the knowledge if the record will be approved by record bureau. Yes, we waited few months for the final decision because they needed to check everything, our documentation, all the videos. Yes, we had everything. 100 hours were on videos all the time, and it wasn't that obvious that they don't find anything wrong. Maybe, but of course we tried to do everything as good as we could. So of course they said that is okay, and then approved that. But after a few months, so this is the final moment in the library when people are so happy that we achieved at least this moment that after 100 hours everything was done as good as we thought to do. And at this moment, we thank you for the listening of the presentation, but we are ready to answer all your questions and tell you something about in details what aspect of it is more interesting for you. And okay, we will come, Marek, because we will together answer the questions. So this is time for you to ask. Thank you.
So did people have any kind of program beforehand, like what they were going to edit? Or did they just spontaneously come up with things?
We have the pages in Polish Wikipedia, and there were some pages with for example, articles which should be written. So, for example, if you had no idea what to write, you could also have some sources because it was a library. We haven't said about it, but it was possible to have some books in the place. Many books were ready, and it was easy because they were ready even work for us outside the hours, normal hours. So even if you haven't a special idea what would you like to write, maybe you could choose from some books and then have inspiration what to do. But people had, most of people had the idea what to do, and some only of them wanted to be set what is the proposition of ours, what to write. But it was, the subject was so wide that I think that you could choose what is more interesting for you, yes?
But there was my main subject that we didn't tell about. It was Polish heritage.
Yes, Polish heritage is quite, wide subject. So you could choose biographies. You could choose, for example, about some cities or some other places what you would like to write about, or anything you would like. It was okay. So then you have sources from the books. Of course, you could try to find something in the internet if you would like. And so I think that people could find what they wanted, and it was how much articles we had. That number, it was many.
Around 13,000.
30,000 editions, I think, but the number of new articles, nearly 300, yes, new articles, but of course some older pages were edited, so maybe the number of articles edited was much bigger than 300, but 300 new articles.
So just to finish this topic, well, this Polish heritage was like announced for some time before the edit-a-thon, and of course it was a topic to discuss, and editors were discussing it. So yeah, we always wanted to be most prepared as possible. So it was not like they were just coming in and then deciding what they will do. So actually, yes, we were quite, I think, prepared.
All right. Thank you, Youngjin from Wikimedia Korea. So I just want to ask a very simple and a basic question. How did you attract the peoples on that event?
I think I've said it at the beginning. One of the ideas was to send a mass message through Wikipedia.
But like, what I was interested is like there are lots of new editors. Did you like try to like the outreach to some kind of people in other groups or somehow, or just mass message through?
No, mass message, and of course like social media. We were active at that time. And we're just inviting people, and this Guinness World, I think, attract people's attention. But at the beginning, we didn't have like a lot of new editors. Actually, we invited most active and those people who are editing every day.
That's interesting. Thank you.
But there were also a lot of information on our social media. Maybe Jolanta could say something more about it. But a lot of information in social media, and also information on Polish Wikipedia. Even Wikimedia Foundation agreed to have, the big information in all pages on Polish Wikipedia that event will have place. So that information was for everyone who visited Polish Wikipedia, and even somebody who haven't before done anything could think about it. Oh, maybe I will try it. So some people could go from this advertisement.
And Piotr here and some other editors are reminding me that, first of all, there is a channel on Discord that people are discussing a lot of stuff. So it was the place where people were just, inviting themselves. And also on one of our events, like the year before, right? No, that the same year, but like half year ago, yeah, before, we just mentioned it. Tomasz mentioned about the fact. So there were like 100 active editors there, and it was actually a good moment to start this topic.
And I think that that information spread between people. Yes, somebody said to friends and colleagues, "All we are doing so interesting thing in Polish Wikipedia. Go with us." And maybe that was also the source for new people joining us. And I think that all these possibilities could be resulting that the new people come. Yes, it is always very interesting how to have new people in our movement, in our Wikipedias, and I thank you for your question, because yes, I agree that this is always very important for us to find new people, not only having this what we have now, but how to attract new people to do something for Wikipedia.
I have a question about the librarians. Did they edit with you? Were they at the library the whole time?
You mean the employees, or?
Yeah, the employees at the library.
Yes, they were very interested in this event, and they also all even direction and also some people from this library went for us to ask us if everything is okay, how can they help us with the sources. They were so happy they can give us all sources they have. I don't know how many of them in fact they editing the Wikipedia.
Probably few, but they really felt
yes,
this
but they were
also
helpful with all and very friendly, and they were happy that that is going, because it wasn't that easy for them, because this library was in that part closed for any other guests, of course, so it was not quite unusual for them, and of course it was quite a different situation, but they were so happy that they doing something with us, and also Grzegorz and his wife and other people there were very friendly and happy.
Yeah, they were very helpful.
Yeah.
Eva is telling that they were bringing books very quickly.
Yes, all sources they had. Even in the middle of the night. Yes, remember we were editing in the night time, so it's not easy to find sources in any library. Yes, in the time they are closing at some time, and that's it. And they help us even at 12 or 2 a.m. and gave us a lot of sources when we wanted. So it is very interesting. That
so yes, as I said at the beginning, it was just crucial that this partnership and the fact that employees like felt this spirit also, and they were just engaged, because if they want, there won't be workers employees in the night, for example, right? Because this timing is unusual. Eva's mentioning here about the great T-shirts that we had. Yes, I agree. It was a good idea. Where we had different colors.
How we can show you somewhere the T-shirts.
It was a good idea because it distinguished groups.
No, not the direction.
Of volunteers, organizers.
Oh, this was, for example, for the witnesses, yeah? The
witnesses and editors, right?
Editors were in that color, yes. And but also there was red ones for the staff, for example.
Organizers, yeah.
Pink, okay.
Pink, by the way.
Pink, red, okay, it's the same. I don't know if we have the picture here in the presentation of the red ones or pink ones.
We don't have picture here, but we took these T-shirts, by the way, with us.
There is a picture of Foka with that color. Okay, not so easy to see that. Okay, no, before there were no pictures. Na końcu też? Indie. Oh yes, that's fact. There is Grzegorz. The man up is Grzegorz. He was the man with whom we have this cooperation. The man who worked there, and he was so happy to be with us. He's also editing Wikipedia. And there is Michał Buczyński, maybe some of you know him, and our people from our movement. They're editing Wikipedia, and also some of them editing other projects. So not only Wikipedia, but of course we edited only Wikipedia on that edit-a-thon. Yes, so you've seen all the colors of the shirts. Maybe I will try to take one of these shirts tomorrow, because I had a problem what to choose today, this one or the Bebok from Katowice one, because it's unique ghost from this region, unique even demon, some say. So this is the reason I chosen this one. But tomorrow I will take one of these shirts, and you can see it when you see me tomorrow.
We are running out of time, so maybe the last
Okay.
question. And anyone else? There is a ceremony soon.
Okay. Although I came a bit late, but I want to ask if the whole edit-a-thon were done in Polish, or you edited maybe English or other languages.
We edited Polish Wikipedia. Our aim was only editing in Polish language. But of course, we can choose that, like we have now the contest in that Wikimania, that we can edit articles about Silesian region in the many languages, which exists in Wikipedia.
Were all the edits done via a browser, or did you have any people editing on mobile, out of curiosity?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. In fact, maybe there was someone who editing it by mobile, but
I'm just looking around. Maybe there is someone who knows the answer. Yamnik, do you know? You remember? No.
I don't. I think it was much
Yes.
easier to have laptop on that edit-a-thon like that. Yes.
We have rented laptops, so they were available there in the library. So even if you just was passing by, you could enter, and yeah, actually, without computer, you could edit. So I think there were no on mobile. No need.
So thank you very much for your attention, and now in a few minutes we are starting the ceremony of opening this Wikimania. So thank you very much.